siwa. Siwa egule pombo siwa. Siwa egule pombo siwa. Siwa egule pombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule pombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule pombo. Mama koye mate siwa egule pombo siwa. Siwa egule pombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule pombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule pombo siwa.
The program has equipped me with
Small business owners know they've got to be prepared for anything. And when you use Constant Contact, prepare accordingly.
of West Indies Creole music is heard in England for the first time since 1948 as the Catherine Dunham Company of Dancers stages a Negro ballet. Based on Martinique ritual dances, it tells of how tragedy invaded an evening of gaiety and how the evil spell of the zombies was used to part from her lover, La Luce, played by Catherine Dunham. The spell is broken as her lover intervenes to rescue La Luce from the powers of evil. The climax comes with the celebrated Agia, the fighting dance of Martinique.
I think that at the University of Chicago, when I decided that I would not be an anthropologist per se, I would always know and love anthropology, but I would not be like the Herskovits or the people who were influencing my life at the time, Redfield. I felt that I got my satisfaction and feeling of accomplishment in life from dance. And I think that's when I decided this is what I want to do. I will not give up anthropology. Two of them came together in my own thoughts about form and function and dance anthropology and so forth. And meeting of arts and science, very, very important to me. And I'm glad to have been one of the forerunners of that fusion. But nothing satisfied me as much as the investigation of dance, the participation in dance, then the creation, not only of dances, but later the creation of the people who did those dances. And that's been one of my big things in life. I like to see people develop, an individual or a group. I like to see them begin to blossom. And I think we have so little of this. Most people live and go through life, have a family, and die, you know. And I think that the whole thing of being able to feel I am this, and I want to show this, I want to be this, and really blossom as a person or as a community. Now I feel I'm looking at communities. And the healthy community is the community that feels that it's worthwhile, that it's doing something. And so this is my life. I can only exist where this feeling of accomplishment is foremost in people's minds.
When you first were developing your love for dance, or it was just developing naturally in you, were you taking classes as a child, or was it the effect of seeing dancers and musicians around you?
Well, I took some classes. My teachers who influenced my life, I had a Russian teacher, Ludmila Speranzova, I've written about, you know, and Vera Mirova, those people. And certainly I appreciated moderns. I never studied Graham technique, but I could appreciate it. And since my life was one of research and development more on the folk and primitive areas, there was an endless, vast sea of material. There was one thing led to another always. There was no stopping, no sitting down, no resting points. It was always a vast sea of motion, movement, and it was up to me to see that it was directed toward the right thing of beauty, of whatever, the intention, joy, pleasure, fulfillment.
Das süße Lederfleckchen.
Junger Mann, wenn Sie noch mal danach fragen, dann knallt Sie. Eva, ist Post für dich.
Ach, bestimmt wieder das Übliche. Ein Glas Sekt mit anschließendem Frühstück.
Raus! Frau Sterling, versuchen Sie denn auf der Bühne, ja?
Ja, Sie bestimmen nicht, Herr Direktor.
Das ist eine freche Person.
Greetings, everyone. We are so pleased to see you here today. My name is Penny Boldo, and welcome to our global celebration of the life and the legacy of Catherine Dunham. This is our first co-sponsored event virtually, and on behalf of the Catherine Dunham Centers with the Catherine Dunham Institute with Carol Lloyd, on behalf of Kumbe Centers for Black African and Diaspora Dance with Jimena Martinez and Chakava Tate, on behalf of the Institute for Dunham Technique Certification under the direction of Jan Blunt and Patricia Wilson, and on behalf of the Penny Boldo Institute in Detroit, under the direction of yours truly. We welcome you here today. You are in for a treat that goes coast to coast in celebration of Catherine Dunham's legacy, and it is also global. So we're going to give you just a little preview of who you will see in the first few segments of this. We know that Catherine Dunham's legacy has spread far and wide, and it has spread over long distances and deep within our hearts. So in many, many ways, we continue to thank Catherine Dunham and what she has brought to us and left with us and charged us with passing on to others. So first up, we will go to Brooklyn, New York. And from Brooklyn, New York, we will go to Durham and Raleigh, North Carolina. And then we'll go all the way to Paris. And after Paris comes Rio de Janeiro, and then DIMONA, Israel. And guess what? If you want to know what comes after that, you just have to keep checking back. And the entire schedule is located on Eventbrite. So we surely want you to be in great numbers when your city is presenting, but we want you to come and stay, come before, stay after your city, and make this a 12-hour celebration that we will not soon forget. We want to thank our administrative host, Q, for all that he is doing to make such an amazing thing possible today. So I am going to say right now, take it away, Q.
you explained to us that Miss Dunham is the person that created the practice of doing isolations in
yes,
dance class. Let's
that's my
talk about
favorite
that.
thing. So what I was espousing that in every jazz class, I don't care you in Wyoming, I don't care you in Texas, North Dakota, Maine, in every jazz class, you're going to do isolations. But the person who created that sequence, the idea of doing a sequence of isolations, head, nose, pecking, ears, chest, front and back contractions, around and around.
The whole
around.
thing.
The whole thing.
That
Hips,
whole 15
head,
minutes
neck,
of
down,
class.
chest. 15
In every
minutes.
dance class.
At every class that you do of jazz, she's the one who created that.
Theodore Jamison was there teaching Dunham. So I took my very first Dunham class.
Wow.
And I was hooked. Like I was hooked. It was like, this is it. This is what my body's been looking for, because it was a mix of everything that I loved. I love ballet. I didn't have the ballet body. My folklore, my Haitian folklore, this is, part of me. And my jazz experience, my tapestry, everything in one. At the end of the conference, they asked the participant, if you want to, you can, we're going to have a closing ceremony, and you can present a piece if you want to. So I decided, okay, I'm going to do a little solo that I had in my pocket. And I said, and I did that. But Miss Dunham didn't come to the, I think she was ill or something. She wasn't able to make it to the closing ceremony, but they filmed it and they showed her the video. Oh, wow. So she saw me on that video. And so a few days later, so I didn't know all that. A few days later, I get a call from the embassy and says, they told me, Miss Catherine Dunham wants to meet with you.
Wow.
I don't know, not wow. I don't know who that is. I didn't know who that is. My mother was in the room with me, so I turned around and I said, this is the embassy. They said that somebody called Catherine Dunham wants to, because I was all in ballet with that European people. So it's just.
How old were you?
22. I would think, 22, 23. And I told my mother, and she fell onto her chair. Her jaw dropped. And I said, what's up? And now she said, finish the call, I will tell you. So I said, okay. So they arranged the meeting and stuff. So after the call, my mother said, do you realize? I said, no. And then now she started to explain to me that she had seen Miss Dunham Company perform in Haiti when she was 16. And that's when she saw them that she told her parents, I want to dance. And her father said no. And then she told herself, if I have a daughter, she will be a dancer. See the link? That's after seeing Catherine Dunham. Then she made me dance at Lavinia Williams. And then years after, Miss Dunham sees me and contact me because they were looking for to make a movie of her life, which never happened. They never could raise the funds. And she wanted me to play her role when she was about that age.
Congo, I think West Africa gets a lot of play in terms of the legacy in North America, the African legacy in North America. But Congo is very, very prominent. It's the basis of funk, of samba, of a lot of Cuban dance, rumba. It's all, it's all this torso movement that is very Congolese. So Congo is very much at the root of African American culture throughout the North America, the Caribbean, and South America, for sure.
And I saw Haitian dance. I never see anything that says Haitian in my life while I was here. So I stood in the doorway, and that doorway was like Papa Legba's doorway into a whole new world. That when I saw that Haitian dance and heard the rhythm, it sent me on a trajectory around the world. And I went and I took the class, and then I joined Petite La Croix, a West Coast Haitian dance company run by Blanche Brown. And then we started our own group called Project Reconnect. We went and studied in Haiti. That made us find out about the connection of African-based dances around the world. So we went to Haiti, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Mississippi Delta, New Orleans, and our thing was to trace the connections between these dance styles. And then that sent me to I performed in so many different kinds of dance companies. Haitian, I danced with Shukun. We traveled to like Europe, France, Spain, Germany. But then I also was taking Cuban and Brazilian. And then I created a choreography called Ogun, because all three of those places have the dance for Ogun. And they are very distinct, their dances, but very similar, coming from Ogun in Nigeria, Ogun State. So I've just been making these traces, and the way that our ancestors held our traditions is phenomenal. You know what I mean? It's just been, this journey for me has just been the biggest gift of my life. I almost want to make me cry. It's such a big gift that they left us. I mean, the oral traditions, the songs, the way it harkens you to where you are from exactly, to land. It harkens you to realize you are part of the greater cosmos, that you are part of the universe, that you come from the stars. Like, it's really just beautiful. And in the case of Black people, it's extraordinary because really they tried to like genocide out our whole traditions. They wanted to kill our cosmologies, our epistemologies, and just have us assimilate to be, their proper slave. And the music and the dance was there for us. And the body has a way of inscribing identity in a way that nobody could take it from you. It lives in your blood. It's in your genes. All of this that we see now, that this twerking craze and everything like that, these are dances that have been passed down through DNA. And they have meaning. What happens with dance now in this commercial age is it will extract, when people come to commodify a thing, they extract out the truth and the meaning, and they just leave the moneymaker, the booty shaker, right? Twerking is a sacred dance because body and these African cosmologies that created these dances see the body as sacred.
Professional dancers really need to train in Dunham techniques so that we have a new wave of some of the strongest. I mean, all you gotta do is stand there and like move a shoulder, and the entire audience crumbles. Energetic presence, movers, on a professional, because it's gonna up everything. You can't go to watch a professional company and feel nothing in the audience, and a lot of it is because they aren't doing Dunham. That's just been my experience. I love everybody. It's what I do.
But it sparked another question. Tell me two things about the first time you met Miss Dunham and your favorite memory. That's gonna be good.
When we got to New York, we were in rehearsal at Carnegie Hall. And I was dancing, I was doing churros and Yangigo, Rita Passage, Shango, da 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 da. And I think it wasn't churros. It wasn't churros. I think it was Rita Passage. And she Miss Dunham sat at the table, and she always had a mic and her water and all that, her necessities. And she said, "Young man," and she said, "Young man, could you, your pelvis is da 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 da." And she said, "Who is he?" And it was like, "That's Keith." And so she said, "Keith, your pelvis is, you need to move your pelvis more, da 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 da." Never was. And I said, "Okay, I tried." And she kept saying, "Keith, Keith." turn and make sure your second position in your arms. And what are you feeling? Da, da, da. It was just kind of, and so Linwood and Archie, they could see that I was getting frustrated because I had, at that time, I had not learned to, I could receive the notes of corrections, do it, but she was like on me. We had a break, and Archie and Linwood, they came out to the hallway and they said, Keith, it's okay. She's staying on you because she likes you. She sees something in you. And that became, not only was that a moment and a memory I will never forget, but it became the foundation upon which, as I continued my career, that I was being trained and molded as an artist to how to receive that constructive criticism and receive it and do what I need to do, personalize, internalize it, and then try to deliver, and not personalize. Take it as a constructive, not destructive. There were notes to build up, not to tear down.
Miss Dunham really was a very spiritual being, and she embraced many different traditions, you know, as a part of her spiritual path and trajectory. And you know, we all know, or those who know a little bit about her history know that she became an initiated Vodun priest in Haiti. She had gone to the beginning initiation into Vodou in her years when she was actually studying for her master's thesis at the University of Chicago. So early on, she went through that. But as she became more and more involved with Haitian culture and actually set up residence there, she went through the highest form of initiation as a Mambo Asegwe. So she was highly respected in Haiti in general, but specifically in the Vodou, she was recognized as a high priestess. And her later years, she discovered Buddhism, and she also incorporated that into the technique. I don't know, well, I'm sure people who have been taking the technique at Kumbe know that most Dunham technique classes start with breath. And she taught us how to visualize the different energy points along the spine as another approach to alignment, rather than tuck under, pull up, lift, that kind of thing. It was like activating these spiritual energy points from the base of the spine to the crown of the head. And all of that was focused from her Buddhist training. So she was weaving into her technique all of these traditions that she had learned.
Can't ball in a life, man. Go on with it, but go on with it.
Yo, easy. Are you kidding me?
Toast, yeah. So we are coming in with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah. And gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends we take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we both dead. Only said the road and me go on with the road. Third form, me say me try a thing. And you know it formed out to be a fire thing. Now up on stage with chronic, say I sing, yeah. See me all diggy soon, get the higher ring like hello, brother. Me say I just shot ya.
When the soca breeze blow, what then wind shall fall. Every bad mind fence and barrier, we shall remove it all. A soca monster is what I am. But when we together, we are a soca star. Everybody! And we come here to move everything, shake down everything, move everything, shake down everything. I tell you, move everything, shake down everything, start to move everything, shake down everything. Start to sway, body mash up sway, start to bounce sway, body mash up sway. Make your body lean on the side, just lean on the side, lean on the side, everything will lean on the side. Stop, hey, 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 the other side, lean on the other side. All the thing I done, just make it blow. Hold on, boy, this soca breeze start to blow. Hold on, cause someday we start to blow.
Dit is Catherine Dunham, de leidster van een dansgroep uit de Antillen, welke zich in korte tijd een wereldnaam verwierf. Kort na haar aankomst op Schiphol zochten wij haar op in de stad Schouwburg van Amsterdam, waar zij zich gereed maakte voor haar eerste optreden in ons land als besluit van het Holland Festival. Met haar groep brengt zij de Caribbean Rhapsody voor het voetlicht. Een aantal rituele en folkloristische dansen uit het gebied van de Caraïbische Zee.
Haiti Heritage Center is a place that functions to preserve and advance the heritage of the African American experience. We are here in the St. Joseph's AME Church, built in 1891, hence Haiti's 130th anniversary. This building was run as a church until it became the Haiti Heritage Center in 1975, and then registered as a National Historic Place in 1976. This building was the last building standing as a result of the City of Durham's Urban Renewal Plan when Highway 147 was built through this community. And it's a special place to our community in terms of it being the last building standing from that prominent Haiti heyday. The programming here that happens on a regular basis happens as a result of the history the Haiti Heritage Center has created. I want to give some credit to the Blues Festival, which is what put the Haiti Heritage Center on the map for people all over the world. It has given rise to the Haiti Heritage Film Festival, the Jambalaya Soul Slam that happens every third Saturday here at the Haiti Heritage Center, as well as a Black American Music Series, the third Friday Art and Business Walk. What I love about Haiti, there's something that calls you here. Sometimes you can't put your finger on it, but you feel it. It's a spiritual thing. And I think that that would be along the lines of what a lot of people who feel called to this place would say about Haiti. They don't quite know what it is. It feels like it's more than a poetry slam. It feels like it's more than a film or, a concert. There's this thing that keeps calling you here. And it goes back to that family reunion vibe. You feel like you're coming home here at Haiti. And you feel like home is within you. Haiti reminds you of that.
My name is Dennis Lamont Gibson Jr., and this is my report on Catherine Dunham. She was given dancers for the Chicago World's Fair because of her unique style. One of her dances was so successful, that's why some parents gave their kids to Catherine to teach them how to dance. But before that happened, she couldn't get as many students as she did for the Chicago World's Fair. In fact, I think she had like 25. That wasn't really a lot. But I think for the Chicago World Fair, she had 150. And, well, she ran away from her father because she wouldn't even allow her to date even when she turned 13, even when she turned 18. And also, she had to keep moving as a child from one Dunham to another. When she started her dance group, she called it Ballet Negro, which is French for Negro ballet. I don't know if that's how you say Negro in French, but I just say it that way. And also, for the Chicago World Fair, there was like fun and games, but it was also like culture. It was celebrating our culture. She loved to go to Hati. She loved to go to Hati. She even had some Hatian friends. And even now, I'm not sure if she's still alive, but when she turned really old, she still loved dancing. In her teen years, I don't know how you say it, but there was this club that she started called the Eagle Eye Club. And in her teen years, she wanted to join this club. I don't know how you say it. And when she became an adult, she did audition for it, and she got in. She wanted to learn a Russian dance, but she never did. But she still loved dancing. Then, as a kid, she started a society called the Eagle Eye Club. Every girl that joined had like a jump. I thought someone was laughing. Every girl, I think there were boys joining. I don't know. They had a wristband. They had a band on their head that was an eyeball, and so that went on for a few years. But after a few more years, the teachers just shut it down. They didn't like it, and for the Chicago World's Fair, I think it wasn't as successful, but it was successful. Her students weren't as successful, but they were successful. But when she started Ballet Negro the first time, it wasn't really successful. The students were disappointed. Catherine was disappointed. Her friends, Mark and Ruth, helped her start Ballet Negro, but they couldn't help her anymore. So but she did become successful. She loved Haiti. She went to the Caribbean. She was given a grant for her travel expenses. So that's how she was able to go to Haiti. Haiti. And while she was still with her father, he started a dry cleaning club. But when she was a baby, he used to play music so much. She loved it. And before she gave up on listening to it, she still wanted to listen to it. But all she heard was suing and fighting and crying. She moved with her brother Albert. She took classes at the University of Chicago. And she took anthropology classes, I don't know how you say it, to teach her students. She wanted to learn the roots of Africa while she was teaching them. So she was still learning and she was teaching. And some of the American dances actually come from Africa. So I think that's why we're called African American, because some dances tell stories. Some dances tell songs. Some dance is just everywhere. Dance like movement. So like how I'm moving my feet, like how she's rubbing her hand, like she's moving her phone. That's movement. Everything is movement. Everything is movement. And that's it.
International communication, form and function, and socialization through the arts. We are focusing on socialization through the arts. That is the theory that we are going to be focused on, that we are focused on. But form and function is always embedded in what we do, because we don't do anything just to do. We start with breathing, because breathing is essential to living. We all, living beings, breathe. But form and function is always embedded. I'm holding you accountable for knowing your body placement and maintaining the form, the actual positions that I asked you to maintain. So everyone that is sitting as I asked them to, you are applying what we know as form and function. Anyone who has to look around to figure out what they're supposed to be doing is not. Thank you, Sky, for doing what I asked. Mackenzie, join us, please. Crisscross your legs, Isaiah, and sit up straight. Lengthen your spine. Hold your hands in front of you or behind you. And we're going to breathe. 8 counts in through our nose. Relax your jaw. Release. Tongue at the top of the roof of your mouth. Release as you exhale. 2 times for 8. 2 times for 4. 2 times 2 counts each. In for 2, out for 2, and then we do 4 of the single count. Are we remembering that? But we don't drop our upper body. As we do it, we maintain our posture. Are we clear? doing what I'm asking. You listen and dance to the music. I'm not asking you to play music. Nyla, get your fingers here. 5, 6, ready, up tall. Here we go. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale.
Catherine Marie Dunham, innovator, revolutionary, nurturer, icon. Ms. Dunham's teachings and contributions extend far beyond the stage. Her accomplishments as a dancer, choreographer, anthropologist, educator, and author, world humanitarian, continue to inspire the world. My Dunham journey began at the age of 9 with the Catherine Dunham Center for the Performing Arts and Humanities, formerly known as the Performing Arts Center Training Center in East St. Louis, Illinois, on the campus of Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, East St. Louis campus. It was there I learned the meaning behind the movement. Under the direction of Baba Theodore Jameson, Ms. Dunham's teachings became University a way of life East St. Louis campus. It was there through her teachings I was inspired to continue the legacy, to educate, to love, to share, to inspire. In 2004, I opened Pink's Academy of Dance in St. Louis, Missouri, sharing the love, the knowledge, and the passion with young students throughout the community. To this day, I currently travel the world teaching about Miss Catherine Dunham, inspiring others, educating others about her legacy and her teachings. On this day, we celebrate her birthday. We honor her, we cherish her, we love her. Ashe, Asheo.
I go. Let me now introduce the musicians that have accompanied the presentation and the celebration of Dr. Catherine Dunham's birthday. I am Toya Chinflu. I'm a third-year candidate of the Dunham Teaching Certification Program. Accompanying me today for our class experience with these young dancers who are becoming very new to the Bashir Shakur as our lead musician. And accompanying him today is Anthony Alfred, who is a masterful musician in his own right and an awesome performer in his own right as well. So we thank you for this time and opportunity to celebrate. For this camp, again, Dr. Catherine Dunham created 3 theories. She has theories that support her dance technique, her codified dance technique: form and function, intercultural communication, and socialization through the arts.
There is an energy within that it is given, we are given the capacity to use it. We use it in a way that is a part of our basic culture. We use it in a way that we have been trained to use it. Or maybe we use it in a way that that results when all training drops off and the clear, pure strength of the person comes through. And that is the energy of that person, which is put into different forms and different shapes. But once we discover that energy, I think that such a thing as dance becomes such a delight, because you're moving on a stream that is you, but it's even over and beyond you. That is your energy. I know you've heard about it, the occasion when I was in Lexington, Kentucky, and the audience was totally segregated. I did not, foolishly, I didn't think about it because I was so busy with the company, and that has saved me so many, many times. I was just too busy to get into what I considered the small things. It's turned out to be a big thing. It turned out that no black people could sit in the orchestra seats. And I, after going through a whole lot of resistance, threats, you name it, I did everything possible to be able to get on that stage and feel good about it. And I couldn't win then. Therefore, I decided if I couldn't win at the beginning, I'd win at the end. I did the show. They loved it. Maybe the show was better than it had ever been because everybody was uptight. And in the end, I told them we would never come back until we could appear before people who were sitting next to each other. People of my color were sitting next to people of your color. A lot of people in the audience didn't know it. They had no idea that this was the case. And this is one thing I have to say, you have to be very, very careful about racism. There is conscious, active, violent racism. There's a kind of racism that is simply pure ignorance. People just don't know. And they don't know, and they don't think, and they follow. And all of a sudden, they're faced with something which is against their Christian principles, social values, everything. But they did not know that until it was put before them. that night I decided to put this before them, pinned on the back of one of my fancy little skirts. No whites allowed. I think that's what it said. Which was sort of a rude thing to do, I know. But I was so upset. And I said at the end, until we could sit next to you, I wouldn't come back. And then after that, they got to thinking about it, and they said, well, we want Paul Robeson, we want Marian Anderson, so we better get ourselves together. And they got themselves together, and they sat next to each other, and none of it rubbed off, so they were very happy.
Katherine Dunham blended many different genres of dance together. She got great reviews everywhere she went, not only from the audience, but also from the critics. She performed in theaters where she herself would not be able to buy a ticket and watch the show. And in Louisville, Kentucky, the all-white crowd wanted her to do even more even after the show ended. But she didn't, and she stated that she would not return until people like her can sit next to people in the audience and at the shows.
Siwa legule bombo siwa, siwa legule bombo siwa, siwa legule bombo siwa, siwa legule bombo siwa. Bonjour maman siwa, mais siwa legule bombo. Bonjour maman siwa, mais siwa legule bombo. Maman voulait marcher, siwa legule bombo siwa. Siwa,
certificated instructor. I'm come from France and I live in Paris. For this occasion, I'm gonna do both things. I'm gonna do a part of the number and then I'm gonna translate you a part of my piece of my company, Afrocados. So during this celebration, I want to do the things in the both language because I'm French, and I think it's important to translate things about Dunham technique in French too, because there is so many things in English, but it lasts very much some kind of different work in French. So this is the part of my job. Je me présente, je suis Sabrina Ferfort, je suis donc professeure certifiée en technique Dunham. Je choisis de participer à cette célébration en l'honneur de l'anniversaire de Catherine Dunham pour pouvoir présenter dans un premier temps une barre de technique Dunham et dans un deuxième temps une partie de ma pièce chorégraphique extraite du spectacle de la compagnie Afrocados. Je choisis de faire cette présentation dans les deux langues parce que ma langue natale est le français et que je trouve ça important de transmettre des éléments de la technique Dunham en français parce qu'il y a beaucoup de choses en anglais mais très peu de choses en français. Donc je considère que c'est une part de mon travail de transmettre aussi en français. So, we're gonna start with the number, and I want to focus my goal on three things: how to concern the body, mind, and soul. How to focus on the body, mind, and soul. Donc l'objectif de mon travail aujourd'hui, ce sera de concentrer vraiment son énergie sur le corps, l'esprit et l'âme. Essayer de vraiment connecter les trois choses ensemble. Essayer de se concentrer sur cet aspect-là. And during all my work for this celebration, I want really that you are focused on how the energy circulation are in your body. Je vais vraiment concentrer mon travail sur comment l'énergie circule dans le corps. And I really want to focus on how the Dunham spirits can, through who you are, you can find something about your story just through the Dunham technique. Et je voudrais vraiment insister sur le fait que c'est important de réussir à trouver comment, à travers la technique Dunham, on peut aussi trouver son histoire. Et comment, à travers la circulation d'énergie, à travers la concentration sur soi, on peut trouver un moyen de donner une part de son histoire. Voilà. So we're going to start with breathing. So, just pull your hands in your pelvis and just feel how does it can be warm. Donc on met les mains au niveau du bassin. Essayez de sentir à quel point ça peut être chaud. Vraiment, il faut sentir la force qui vient de là, la force féconde, puisque c'est là qu'on enfante, que la maman donne naissance. Feel how does this part of the body is very important because there is the place where the baby born. So just breathe in full, heel to the knees, and exhale to the bottom. Inspire par le nez et expire par la bouche. To the mouth. Okay, inhale and 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale. One more time, inhale. 2, 3, 4, exhale. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale. So close your arms and pull up the arms in 4 counts and down in 4 counts. Together, 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale. 2, 3. One more time. 2, 3. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. One more. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2. With the plie, inhale and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and just focus on the energy. In 1, 2, 3, 4, exhale. 2, 3, 4. One more comes back. 2, 3, 4, and 2, 3. Last time, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2. Stay there. Small bounce, and 1, 2, 3, and drop the arms and 1, 2, 3, and just let it go and breathe. And stretch the leg, the right leg, étirez la jambe droite, and pliez. And stretch the left leg, and pliez. Et donc, tendu les deux, stretch both legs, and breathe. 2, roll up, déroulez. 5, 6, 7, 8, and down. 2, enroulez. 2, 3, back, down. 7, and jambe droite, jambe gauche. Left arm, legs, and stretch, and left, right, and stretch both legs. Les deux jambes, bien roll up, et roulez. Open the arms, 5, 6, 7, 8, and up. 2, 3. Inverted arms. And back. One more time. And back. And back. And 2, 3, and up, 2, 3, 4, and check it out, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and just let it go. 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this exercise is very important because you need really to focus on the breathe. Cet exercice est très important parce qu'en fait, on a besoin de se concentrer sur la respiration, and you need to really find the energy here. On a besoin de trouver l'énergie qui se trouve vraiment dans cette zone-là, le bassin. The pelvis is the very important things in the Dunham technique because everything starts here. This is the place of the birth. Parce que tout commence de là. C'est la place, c'est l'endroit de la naissance. Et du coup, c'est vraiment fondamental. It's a basic exercise to start the Dunham technique, the breathing. La respiration est vraiment un exercice de base pour commencer la technique Dunham. Then you're going to continue with the pressing and flat back. You can use a chair, you can use a table. You you just need to have a place to do your placement. Donc vous pouvez utiliser une table, une chaise. Vous avez juste besoin de trouver un moyen de vous appuyer pour pouvoir faire votre exercice comme si vous aviez une barre, puisque vous ne sommes pas dans une salle de danse. So, I'm going to start with small open Dunham position. Dans une petite parallèle Dunham. And we're going to do a low presentation arms. Donc on va se placer en low presentation arms. Alors, je veux juste préciser que je ne vais pas traduire toutes les expressions des mouvements en technique Dunham en français. I just want to clarify that some movements, some vocabulary, I keep the vocabulary in English for the Dunham words, and sometimes I will translate, but not both, but not always. So, on se place en parallèle. We fix the power, and we just test how the placement is about your flat back. Juste vérifier comment se trouve votre placement par rapport à votre dos plat. Donc on va faire en 4 temps pour aller se placer, pour faire le pressing and flat back. 1, 2, 3, 4, and placement. 2, 3, 4. And we're going to press 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Press 6, 7, 8. Press en 8 temps. Pressing and up. 1, down. 2, down and 3, down and 4, down. 4 temps pour se mettre en demi-pointe. And flat back, dos plat. And 1. We can do in the plié, it's easier. On peut essayer en plié, c'est plus facile. And bounce. 1, 2, 3, 4, and up. 2, 3, 4. Breathe and down. 2, 3, 4, roll up, 2, 3, 1 more, encore, and press, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, posez, deuxième, posez, relevez, troisième, posez, quatrième, posez, dos plat, et 1, 2, 3, 4, et pliez, allongez, plie, déroule, 7, 8. We're going to do 1 times with the plié legs when you bounce, and 1 time with the stretch legs. On fait une fois avec les jambes pliées pour les petits bounce au niveau du bassin, et une fois avec les jambes tendues. To breathe all the times. 1, 2, 3, 4. N'oubliez pas de respirer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Je me place. Flat back. Pressing. So, this and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Relevez. And 2. And 3, back, 4, dos plat, and 1, here, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 1 more time, and 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, relevez. Et 2. Et 3. Et 4. Le dos plat et plié. 2, 3, 4, respire. 6, 7. Même chose et 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Et relève. Je pousse. Deuxième. Je pose. Et troisième. Je pose. Quatrième. Je pose. Donc la stretch leg. Jambes tendues. 3, 4. Et plié. Tendu. Plié. Tendu. Respirez. 2, 3, 4. And stay. 6, 7. And hop. Relevez. 2, 3, 4. Stay there. 5, 6, 7, 8. Second arms. Arms in second position. Les bras à la seconde. 5, 6, 7, 8. Press it down. 2, 3. Petit bounce. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7. Open, close, and 1, and 2, and 1, and 2. Step roll, and 2, and 1, and 2. Check it out, check it out. All right. Très bien. Dites-vous qu'à chaque fois qu'on est dans un travail, il faut réussir à bien se connecter à la pulsation. Each time you do some work, some body work, don't forget to keep the connection with the rhythm. Don't never let it flow. Even the end of the exercise, just keep it very, very warm and very strong. Même si c'est la fin de l'exercice, essayez de vraiment sentir ce travail de réchauffement du corps et ce travail de force du centre du corps. Donc ça, c'est très important. Maintenant, on va passer à l'exercice qu'on appelle second position plié. Donc, le plié à la seconde. We're going to continue with the second position plié. And in this exercise, we really need to focus on how the pelvis is, how the placement of the pelvis is. So don't let it go in back. Don't push it forwards. Just stay in your axe. Just fix your alignment. Okay, all right. So each time we go into the second position, we're gonna do the second position arms and down. If you want to be easy, you can take a chair. Vous pouvez prendre une chaise si vous voulez être plus à l'aise et positionner, voilà, pour avoir un repère. You're going to take a chair for a place to let your arms on the chair. So just be okay about your placement and your arms is just down. It's alright. It's okay. So, alors on va juste revoir le placement. N'hésitez pas à poser vos mains pour avoir votre repère quand vous faites votre pli à la seconde. À chaque fois, ne pas laisser partir le bassin en avant, ne pas le laisser partir en arrière. Vous êtes vraiment dans votre axe. L'idée, c'est de vraiment axer le haut et le bas du corps. Find the alignment between the pelvis, the knees and the feet. Trouvez votre alignement entre le bassin, les genoux et les pieds. It's very important to find this, even if you have a very large second. It depends on how your body is. Donc même si vous avez une grande seconde, ça dépend vraiment de comment est votre corps. Trouvez cet alignement. L'objectif, c'est vraiment de centrer le corps et de ne pas aller trop loin. the goal is very important to focus on the center and not to be a largest a second position. Just find a placement. So we're gonna continue with we're going to continue with a different all right. 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, and down. 2, 3, 4, and up. 2, 3, 4. One more. And 2, 3, 4, and up. 2, 3, 4, and clear. 2, 3, 4, and up. 2, 3, 4. Last time, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and up. 2, 3. Circle to the pelvis. 2, 3, 4, and up. 2, 3, 4. Cercle de bassin. 1, 2, 3, 4 et remonte. 6, 7, 4 fois. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and up. 2, 3. Dernière fois. Last time. 2, 3, 4, and up. Remonte. 6, 7. Avec les chevilles. Cheville droite, je pose. Et gauche, je pose. Les deux chevilles, je pose. Allonge. 6, 7, encore. À droite, je pose. Et gauche, je pose. Et les deux, posez. Allonge. 6. One more time. And right, and down. And left, and right. And both back, up. One more time. And right, and down. And left, and down. And both feet down and up. And stretch down. 2, 3, 4, up. Turn around, contract. 7, 8. And low. 2, 3. Contract, release, contract, 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 release, contract, and up, turn, 3, 4, and back to the second position, and long, 2, 3, 4, and up, contract, 2, 3, 4, and back, 2, 3, contract, and 1, 2, 4, and up. 2, 3, 4. Back to the second. 2. One more time. And 1, 2, 3, 4 et 5. Contraction. 6, 7 et 8. Presse. 1, 2, 3, 4. Contract, contract, release, contract, release, contract. Contract, release, and up, together, change, and back, 2, revient, 7, 8, et second, 2, 3, 4, et 1, 2, 3, 4, et 5, contraction, 6, place, 8, presse, 1, 2, 3, 4, contract, relâche, 2, 3, 4, and up, 2, 3, and 4, up and down, 1, whatever, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, one more, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 7, 8. Last time, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and release. 2, 3, 4, and keep the pelvis dancing. And shh, 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 shh. Let it go, eh? Hey! Just let it go. Just feel the rhythm. Just connection with body, mind, and soul. Okay, so thank you. The first part of the bar is ended, and we're gonna do a second part of the video of the project. So, hi. So, we are on the second part of my work, and I want to translate you a small part of my piece about slavery. This is a piece about slavery and about how to go through a destiny. So this song is about stand-up, and it's a kind of a way of life. For me, it's very important to follow her proper destiny. Donc j'ai pris une chanson qui s'appelle Stand Up, donc qui veut dire debout, une chanson qui parle de l'esclavage, et j'ai utilisé cette musique parce que du coup je trouve que c'est important de réussir à choisir, à suivre son chemin de vie, et cette chanson me fait vraiment penser à ça, et c'est pour ça que je l'ai choisie. Donc je vais vous montrer une fois et après je vais vous transmettre les détails. So I'm gonna show you and then I'm gonna translate you.
I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, when I can for the people. When the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. Early in the morning, before the sun begins
Okay.
to shine.
So this is a small part. It's just a piece, the beginning of the piece. Donc c'est une petite partie, c'est juste le début de la pièce. Donc in the beginning, just focus on how to step, just how to go stretch. Donc au début, il faut vraiment essayer de penser à comment on avance, comment on va vraiment vers son chemin tout droit. Donc ça passe par le talon. We're gonna start with the feet, with the heels. Sorry, but first of that, you just let the knees just slow down. Ooh, way, ooh, way, boom, boom, boom. Is knees right, knees left, and just let it down and up. So, genou droit, genou gauche, relâche tout et remonte. Et boom. Then you just pull, you put the heels, the right heels in the feet, and you just change your weight in the other feet, and boom, you change the weight to the other feet, and boom, you change one more time, and boom, boom, you just bam, you cross the both hands, and then you straight up through the shoulders, and then you turn out with your feet. Your feet is just go up and change, and you're gonna do the point feet to a flex feet. Bam, bam, boom, and you contract 1 time, 2 time, and 3 time, and then you follow the energy from the heels, from the left heels to the left shoulders, who's open, is opening your chest, and then you go step, step for here. So I'm gonna do with the music one more time. Je vais le faire en musique du début. Pensez au talon. Et 1, et 2, boum, boum. Et change. Et transfère le poids. In the back of my head, open chest.
Just in case I had to run.
I
do what I can when I can, when I can.
Okay, so when you turn,
When the clouds roll back in the sky.
when you turn, you hear tac tac, hop. You open the chest, you step step. So you open the right hands, left hands, pa pa ooh. So you do 1, 2, and it's like a syncope. It's after beat. C'est un contretemps. Donc vous allez sortir. Main droite, main gauche, contracte et tac tac boum et tac tac boum. Donc là, première contraction, ouf. Deuxième, tac tac boum et boum boum boum. Ha. So just feel how deeper is it. Sentez vraiment comment la deuxième contraction elle vient vraiment plus profondément. Ah. Et ça vous fait reculer. Because I'm contraction, I go, je vais derrière. So, pam, pam, boom, cha. And when I go in back, I pull on my knees. Ha. Feel that the needles, pa, pa, and then you do a turn with your arms, and at the same time your feet just brush the floor, and then you step in. Okay, so you do ba ba boom ah, ba ba boom ah. Sorry, ta ta ta. Whoo, step in. I prepare my turn to hop and I just do a ha. What happened? And I'm looking for something. Just feel the energy and then ha, contract. And when you contract, you feel that you are very because your feet go up, and in the same time, your spine just do a curve. Donc, quand on soulève le pied, la colonne vertébrale forme une courbe. Et à travers cette courbe, on fait la position de la contraction. And through this curve, we are in the contraction. And we use the hands, because hands is very important when you dance. It's a kind of meaning of how you can dance. Les mains sont très importantes quand on danse parce que ça fait partie du sens qu'on peut donner au mouvement. So we're gonna do this to the top.
I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, when I can for the people. When the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Across the river, people hear free calling me to dance. Keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my heart.
Okay, we're gonna do a small last part. So when you are, when you finish the part of the contraction, you hear, quand vous avez fini la contraction, vous arrivez là, you do a rond de jambes, on fait un rond de jambes, on se place en parallèle pour ensuite aller en dehors pour passer in Dunham floor position. Donc we are here with contraction. Donc on est là avec une contraction. Ensuite, on se place en parallèle pour aller en dehors pour se retrouver dans une Dunham fourth position. In Dunham fourth position, les pieds sont en parallèle. Both things is in parallel. So you do an inverted Dunham arms positions here, and the feet is parallel with a Dunham floor position. And from here, et de là, we contract to go here. I don't need any space, but if you have space, you can go forward. If you don't have, you can go back. So 1 and 2 and 3, and then you slide here and you turn around here and back and boom, boom. So it's first right hands, left hands. Donc quand on remonte, on commence par la main droite, main gauche, et on roule sur les genoux and down. So from here, you go down. If you are not okay with your knees, you just go here and you go down. So it's okay. So from here, we do 4 contraction and body wall, sorry. On fait 4 ondulations du dos. 1, 2, 3, 4. La 5e, on sort le pied. In the fifth body roll, you just go out the right feet and body roll 1, 2, 3, 4, and you change 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's becoming young value. We start on the floor, on the knees, and up. Just stand up. Okay, we're gonna start with this. We're gonna continue with this, sorry. On va continuer avec ça. C'est parti.
I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I had to run. I do what I can when I can, when I can for the people. While the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. You hear freedom calling, calling me to people keeping on. I can see
3, 4, and attrape.
early in the morning, before the sun
Okay, just feel the
begins
flow.
to shine. We're gonna start moving.
Just let it free.
Towards that separating line.
Just let it go.
I'm waiting for you know I gotta make up mine. And I don't mind if I lose any blood on the way to salvation.
Okay.
And I fight with the strength that I got until I die. So I'm gonna stand up.
Okay, so thank you so much for it's a very nice time to work together. I hope that will be okay for you. Oh, sorry. And I'm going to share with you a small part of my work about my Dunham process, because I think it's important to feel how the different things flow as in my mind. Donc, je voulais aussi vous partager mon parcours durant mon parcours d'apprentissage de la technique Dunham et de la pédagogie, parce que je pense que c'est important de voir comment les choses ont évolué dans ma tête et comment je suis arrivée là. Donc je vais vous lire un petit extrait de mon examen final pour que vous puissiez aussi un peu plus illustrer comment, à travers tout le métissage que j'ai pu avoir, through the all culture, all mixed culture, intercommunication in my life, how do I can have my process during the Dunham experience, during the Dunham life. So I want to read this. This, my Dunham process changed my life, my heart and my mind. In November 2009, I met in Toulouse, in France, Mr. Theodore Jamison, who helped me to come to US and who invited me to join the Dunham family in the seminar. So I feel very proud to be a part of this family. But I was afraid. First for the language, and in the second point for the technical exigence. I started to dance and teach in France, and we haven't in French the same Dunham pedagogy to push students as in US. So every knowledge I had as a teacher or dancer need to be reviewed in different ways. I need to clean up my French's attitudes to the American's pedagogy. So when I back home, I work on philosophy, history, and theory of Catherine Dunham. I start understand how to teach, to dance, to live with an open heart. I connect my Caribbean knowledge as a Guadeloupean woman. I accept my fight to be a black woman in France. I accept to have a deep connection with the African American legacy as a third culture in my life. I start to understand why I need to go through all this process and to teach the Dunham technique, to continue the legacy and to translate to people how to dance, history, black activists need to keep alive. So here am I now. So, je vais le traduire en français pour que cette expérience de la technique Dunham a changé ma vie, mon cœur et mon esprit. En novembre 2009, excusez-moi, j'ai rencontré à Toulouse, en France, Monsieur Théodore Jamison, qui m'a aidé à venir aux États-Unis et m'a invité à rejoindre la Dunham Family durant le séminaire. Donc je me suis sentie vraiment fière d'appartenir à cette famille, mais j'avais peur. Tout d'abord pour la langue et ensuite pour les points d'exigence technique. J'ai commencé à danser, à enseigner en France, mais je n'avais pas en France la même pédagogie Dunham qui poussait les étudiants, comme aux États-Unis. Donc beaucoup de mes connaissances, des connaissances que j'avais en tant que danseur, en tant qu'enseignant, avaient besoin d'être revues dans différents points. J'ai eu besoin de modifier mes attitudes de pédagogie à la française pour aller vers la pédagogie américaine. Donc quand je suis revenue à la maison, j'ai travaillé sur la philosophie, l'histoire et la théorie de Catherine Dunham. J'ai compris comment enseigner, comment danser, comment vivre avec cette confiance en moi d'être une femme noire en France. J'ai accepté cette profonde connexion à la culture afro-américaine et à tout cet héritage comme une troisième culture dans ma vie. J'ai commencé à comprendre pourquoi j'avais besoin d'aller dans tout ce procédé d'enseignement en technique Dunham. J'ai continué à transmettre le patrimoine et j'essaie de traduire avec mes mots aux personnes comment danser, comment transmettre l'histoire, les mouvements noirs devaient tout le temps rester vivants. Donc aujourd'hui je suis là et je vous remercie de me permettre d'être là. So I want to say thank you to invite me, and I'm really honoring to be a part of this process, to be a part of this family. Je suis vraiment honorée de pouvoir participer à cet événement et vraiment heureuse de faire partie de la famille, de la famille Dunham. Donc merci, so thank you so much, and I hope I do as best as I can. Sorry for my English, and thank you for everything that all my teachers translate me is keeping on my heart, and it's very important for me to continue this legacy. Merci à tous mes professeurs, merci à tous mes enseignants qui m'ont aidé à avancer dans ce process, et vous êtes tous encore dans mon cœur, et c'est vraiment important pour moi de continuer à transmettre ce patrimoine. Thank you. Bye.
Palekba, l'ouvri baye pour moi, l'ouvri baye pour moi, papa, pour moi passer. Et m'a passé, m'a barré merci loyaux. Papa Lekba, l'ouvri baye pour moi, agoé. Papa Lekba, l'ouvri baye pour moi, l'ouvri baye pour moi, papa, pour moi passer. Et m'a passé, m'a barré merci loyaux. L'ouvri baye pour moi, papa, l'ouvri baye pour moi, l'ouvri baye pour moi, oh vous, l'ouvri baye pour moi. Papa, l'oubli baye pour moi, l'oubli baye pour moi, papa, pour moi passer, papa, remercie loyaux, à tout mon écart, l'oubli baye pour moi, agoye, papa, pou mwen bate. Mwen pase, papa rive si loyo. Loupi baye pou mwen papa, loupi baye pou mwen. Loupi baye pou mwen, oh vous, loupi baye pou mwen. Loupi baye pou mwen papa, loupi baye pou mwen. Loupi baye pou mwen papa, pou mwen bate. Mwen pase, papa rive si loyo. Ati mon lekba, loupi baye pou mwen. Agoye, papa lekba, loupi baye pou mwen. Loupi baye pou mwen papa, pou mwen bate. Mwen pase, papa rive si loyo. Papa lekba, loupi baye pou mwen. Agoye, papa lekba, loupi baye pou mwen. Loupi baye pou mwen papa, pou mwen bate. Mwen pase, papa rive si loyo. Loupi baye
I'm sorry, I was muted. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Happy Dunham Day. My name is Erica Villarroa da Costa. I'm Brazilian and I'm speaking from Rio de Janeiro right now. I'm very happy and very honored to be a part of this great marathon and to have this opportunity. And would like to thank for Miss Penny, Miss Rochelle, Q, Miss Jen, and everyone else involved in the organization of this event. I'll just read a small extract to introduce what I'm going to do right now because I'm a little bit nervous, but we'll go on to moving soon. So Catherine Dunham and Mercedes Batista met for the first time in 1950 in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, which is my birth town and where I am right now. As a classical and folkloric dancer, Mrs. Batista got a scholarship at the Dunham School of Dance and Theater in New York. And after she returned home, she created what would be one of our most influential styles of Afro-Brazilian concert dance, that today has its roots in the cities of Rio de Janeiro, Salvador, and Belo Horizonte. Their connection is very special to our dancing as to each of us that learned from its many teachers. I believe it speaks about time, space, and community, and how we can relate to each of these three aspects in a very powerful way through dance. I got in touch with Dunham Technique in 2020 online, and it kept me going through the worst times of the pandemic. I am now healing, as we all are, and dance is a major, if not the most important part of this process. So today I will show a very small part of what we do here in Brazil and what I've learned through this 1.5 years. It's a very short time, I know, but it's been a lot. So again, thank you, and I hope you enjoy it. So we'll start standing. Let me just put my audio on. I'll just bring it down a little bit so you can hear better. I'll do it for you guys one more time. Ready? 5, 7, 8. Holding down. Relax. Isolation. Can you feel better now?
It's not gonna get better. Can you stop?
This side. Up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, center 8. Full circle to the right. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To the side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 4, 6, 7, 8. Now shoulder. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Left. 4, 5, 6, 7. Number. Let your sternum go up a bit. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 time. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Last time. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Out. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Arms. Come back. Last time, and reach. Arms. Yeah. Together. Elbows. This. Elbows and lift. Elbows. This. Elbows. Down. Just
também a tumba. Vou de conga.
Just make sure you can hear me now, and then if you can't hear me during my exercise, you can just watch me. We're going to work on a rhythm called Ijesha, and it's played for the Orisha Oshun mainly, but it's also played for other Orishas and other kinds of music we have. So we're going to work on a rhythm first, then I'm going to go through one specific kind of dance that we do to this rhythm, okay? So just follow me. I'll try to make it speak really loudly and put my sound a little bit low so that you can hear me. But if not, you can watch me and just look at the rhythm and what I'm doing. I'm sure we will be fine. So let me play it right now. We're going to go back to it on the end of the class, but please be aware of this is all at the same time, right? But it's very important that we go through the parts of it so that we can move harmoniously. So, but be aware that each part of your body is doing one thing, but they're all integrated. So it doesn't work if we think too much about it, but we do have to be careful, okay? That's why we do it small, and it's actually more difficult to do it small than to do it bigger, which is how we're going to do it at the end of the class, okay? So next we have some very small bar work so that we have time to work on dancing. And then Miss Penny is here. I'm going to show it without sound, then I'm going to do it with sound. I think it will work. Okay, so we start facing our bar. I'm using my wall. It's actually better if you have a wall to work on. I'm on Dunham first, which is from parallel. We open to a easy ballet first, I'm sorry. Relax, releve, and then we reach our Dunham first, okay? Starting with our arms on Dunham first. We're going to prepare, fourth of nothing, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to press for 8 counts, 2, 3, 4. Trying to keep a straight line between our hips and our shoulders, 4, 5, 6, 7, easy press, 8. We go to our plie, to a pressing, to a flat back, I'm sorry. I'm going to press for 8. Try not to move our torso, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From here we fall, 1, 2, flat back, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roll up, 2, 3, 4, and prepare 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we start again, the same thing, but we're going to do, you're gonna see, 8 presses, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to do flat back with a straight leg, trying to keep always our weight to the front, weight on the metatarsus. Okay, 8, very subtle, very gentle, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and fall, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, recover, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's it. Just remember when we're falling with our straight leg, if you're a beginner or if you have pain or a tight hamstring, you can do it on the plie. Please don't worry about it. If you're doing it on straight leg, just remember to keep your weight and your intention forward, not to fall back, okay? So I'm going to play the music and we're going to go through this really quickly so that we have time for dance. There. Now we're going to work one last exercise on the center floor. This is called moving the bar, but for always here. Let's do it for 16, 8, then make it going. Eight times up, eight back, 8 times up, 7, 4. Let's do 2 times. Okay. 4 counts back, 4 counts up, out, broken, up. So that was a very quick and very fast bar exercise because we only have 15 minutes. I'm going to work through right now on progressions and especially specifically on movements. Let me just specifically on movements done for Oshun, which we started working at the middle of the class. So we're going to work with the rhythm, Ijesha, a little bit of Oya, which is another Orisha. I'll just talk briefly about them, because what really interests me is the movement and the way and the specific way we do each of these movements, because sometimes we may have the tendency to overlook some specific dynamics of each movement. So it's very important to me that you understand that there are different qualities of movement. And then at the end, if we have time, we go through some of the progressions we do it here from Mrs. Batista, okay? So I hope this was a good warm-up and bar exercise. And we're going to start with it now. You can just come with me. I'm going to, if you have room, it's perfect. If not, you can just move less across your room. You can do it still on the same place. No worries, it's all good. So Oshun is a female Orisha. She owns and rules all kinds of sweet water, especially the rivers and the waterfalls. So her movements tend to be most of the time more soft, but yet strong, more indirect, and really, really sweet. And she owes fertility and pregnancy and all sort of the flux. As she rules the water, she rules all sort of fluxes of emotions and of liquids we have on. So every movement she does is going to bring it to his. She's also goddess of richness of all sorts. And she wears certain kinds of tools that if we have time, you can go through it, that will influence on our dance, okay? Oya is a female goddess as well. They're both wives of Shango. She is the goddess of the winds, the hurricanes, and the thunder, which she got from Shango, and the storms. And her movements, on the other hand, tend to be more strong, but she also has a softer side. So we say that she may be a buffalo. She is a buffalo, and she's also a butterfly. As Oshun, she always transits between strong and soft movement, but the main movements she has, they are more strong and they relate to the wind and this quality of air, okay? So let's start.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, shorodo. Olúwa ẹ máa ṣòro máa fẹ́fẹ́ ṣòrodo. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, ṣòrodo. Olúwa ẹ máa ṣòro máa fẹ́fẹ́ ṣòrodo. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, ṣòrodo. Olúwa ẹ máa ṣòro máa fẹ́fẹ́ ṣòrodo. Ṣòrodo. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, ṣòrodo. Àdàbà wọnú máa fẹ́ ọbẹ̀ lẹ́yìn o. Àdàbà òòrùn máa fẹ́. Èèmọ̀ ọbẹ̀ lẹ́yìn o. Àdàbà òòrùn máa fẹ́. Èèmọ̀ ọbẹ̀ lẹ́yìn o. Àdàbà òòrùn máa fẹ́. Èèmọ̀ ọbẹ̀ lẹ́yìn o. Ọ̀ṣẹ̀ṣà morobogun o. Ṣẹ̀ṣà morobogun, ọ̀ṣẹ̀ṣà morobogun o. Ṣẹ̀ṣà morobogun, ọ̀ṣẹ̀ṣà morobogun machindolara ojo. Ojo bare ojo. Ojo machindolara ojo. Ojo bare. Ojo machindolara ojo. Ojo bare ojo. Ojo machindolara ojo. Ojo care. Ojo machindolara ojo. Ojo care ojo. Ojo machindolara ojo. Ojo bare. Ojo machindolara ojo. Aworo umaleiche. Araworo memorio. Aworo umaleiche.
So this movement that I did, the second movement, it's the same as the first we did. So the hip always goes with my step, and I step front and back, front and back, and my shoulders are going like this, one up, one down, one up, one down, okay? So this balance of the hips is, especially for a shoulder, is always present, okay? So we're going to go on. I just stopped so that you could hear me.
Araworo memorio. Araworo memorio. Araworo memorio. Araworo memorio. Araworo memorio. Oro ye yo. Orishala koma keke, orishala koma ure. 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 Orishala koma keke, orishala koma ure.
Start, as we're doing for beginners, we're going to change leg. So in order to change, we're going to one foot in front of the other. I walk to my right. My hip is always moving. Then I change. Okay, that's it. And the arms are going to work through it, okay? But the main movement is like this. It's always like this, doesn't stop. Just a change. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're going to start from the first to this one so that we can learn. From the first.
Oyeye sorodo, Olúwa ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ máa fẹ́fẹ́ sorodo. Yeye, oyeye sorodo, Olúwa ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ máa fẹ́fẹ́ sorodo. Yeye, oyeye sorodo, Olúwa ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ máa fẹ́fẹ́ sorodo. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. fẹ́lẹ̀ yo. Àdàbà òòrùn máa fẹ́. Ìwọ̀n 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 fẹ́lẹ̀ yo. Àdàbà òòrùn máa fẹ́. Ìjẹ̀ṣà morobogun, ọ̀jẹ̀ṣà morobogun o. 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 Ìjẹ̀ṣà morobogun, ọ̀jẹ̀ṣà. Ojo matinto lara bojo. Ojo bare ojo. Ojo matinto lara ojo. Ojo bare. Ojo matinto lara ojo. Ojo bare ojo. Ojo matinto lara ojo. Ojo care. Ojo matinto lara ojo. Ojo care ojo. Ojo matinto lara ojo. Ojo bare. Ojo matinto lara ojo. Aworo umalaiche, araworo mimorio. 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 Aworo umalaiche, araworo ye yo. Orishala koma keke, orishala koma ure. Orishala koma keke, orishala koma ure.
So we're at 1:45 already, so I'll just stick to Oshun so that we can calm down a little bit and finish our class, okay? I'm going to try to teach you a couple of more movements, but I'm still going through all the way back so that we can learn, okay? So let's start again. Just remembering the two last movements, the three actually. So it's to the side, bathing on the waters. Here, it's as if we were swimming. Really soft. You can go down on the ground if you want, but what matters is this counter time, which the hips follow, okay? I'll add one more to our side to side. After we bathe, we're going to look in the mirror and brush our hair. Okay? So my hands do like this. Mirror and brush. Mirror and brush. Mirror and brush at the same time as I'm moving. And we finish with this one. Okay?
Oyeye sorodo, Olúwa ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ máa fẹ́fẹ́ sorodo. Yeye, oyeye sorodo, Olúwa ẹ máa chorodo. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, chorodo. Olúwa ẹ máa choro máa fẹ́fẹ́ chorodo. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, chorodo. Àdàbà onu máa fẹ́ ọ̀fẹ́ lẹ́yìn. Àdàbà oru máa fẹ́. Èèmọ̀ fẹ́lẹ̀ yìí o. 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 Àdàbà oru máa fẹ́. Ìjẹ̀ṣà morobogun. Ọ̀jẹ̀ṣà morobogun o. 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 Ìjẹ̀ṣà morobogun. Ọ̀jẹ̀ṣà. Ojo máa dọ́làrà bojo. Ojo bare ojo. Ojo machi dolara ojo. Ojo bare. Ojo machi dolara ojo. Ojo bare ojo. Ojo machi dolara ojo. Ojo kare. Ojo machi dolara ojo. Ojo kare ojo. Ojo machi dolara ojo. Ojo bare. Ojo machi dolara ojo. Aworo mumale ishe, araworo mimori o. 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 Aworo mumale ishe, araworo ye yo. Orishala koma keke yo.
And slowly coming to our screen. I just passed 1 minute. I hope you have enjoyed it. Our class, I know I did. Hope you could watch it if you couldn't hear it. And again, just want to thank you so much, Miss Penny, Miss Rochelle Q, and everyone for the organization. It was a great, great pleasure and honor to be here. Okay, thank you.
Siwa
bariba benkama. Eji bariba benkama. Besun cañoso así. Hacer en la nubla cerebio menavio. Hacer el dirama. Ya pasó chugue cuento con poco más caer en azúcar a cuantilla en el por ese segundo.
Oh yo ma.
Oh ya yo.
Oh ya yo.
Oh ya yo. Eji bariba benkama. Besun cañoso así. Hacer en la nubla cerebio menavio. Hacer el dirama. Ya pasó chugue cuento con poco más caer en azúcar a cuantilla en el por ese segundo.
Oh yo 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 ma. Oh ya yo. Oh ya yo. Oh ya yo. Ya yo ya yo ma. Ya yo ya yo ma. Agua verá para abajo, agua por yo. Ya yo ma. Ya morwa. Ati calle de cambio. Esta la estamos pe con un más de oído cama. Coyo y ni abagua, y ni abagua, y ni abagua. Coyo y ni abagua, y ni abagua, y ni abagua. Coyo y ni abagua.
This presentation will shine a light and share the historic connection between the Spirit of David Dance Theater, the African Hebrew Israelite community of DIMONA, Israel, and Miss Catherine Dunham.
One of my big things in life, I like to see people develop, an individual or a group. I like to see them begin to blossom. And I think we have so little of this. Most people live and go through life, have a family, and die, you know. And I think that the whole thing of being able to feel I am, and I am this, and I want to show this, I want to be this, and really blossom as a person or as a community. Now I feel I'm looking at communities, and the healthy community is the community that feels that it's worthwhile, is doing something. And so this is my life. I can only exist where this feeling of accomplishment is foremost in people's minds.
And the spirit of life calling, Mamela, and a voice with the fear of a child. faith. He lives in you. He lives in me. He watches over everything we see. Into the waters, into the truth. In your reflection, he lives in you. He lives in you. He lives in you. He lives in me. He watches over everything you see. Into the water, into the truth. In your reflection, he lives in you. He lives in you. He lives in me. Oh yeah. He lives in me. He watches over everything we see. Into the water, into the truth. In your reflection, he lives, he lives, he lives, he lives in you.
The Spirit of David Dance Company was born out of a presentation that was done on New World Passover, one of our holy day season, where the Academy of Performing Fine Arts performed for New World. And it was viewed by the saints. And one of our sisters, Yifa, who's better known as Tony Luck, viewed it. And after that, she was so appreciative and so happy about it that she began to work with the director at that time, which was Skanik Tamai, Deputy Minister of Education for our community, and began to work and change the name from the Academy of Performing Fine Arts to the Spirit of David. We knew how to dance, but we needed some more of the cultural exchange of the various techniques of style of different dances. Ballet, African, tradition, Caribbean, and she wanted us to learn how to deal with the techniques. So when we traveled in July of 2003, we traveled to New York. New York was our first stop, and there we spent 3 weeks in different training with different individuals like Arthur Mitchell, Phyllis Stickney, George Faison, I.C. Davis, Ruby D, and others that we actually went and spent most of our time at the African Theater in New York, where we learned and had seminars with various outstanding African American icons.
The Spirit of David Dance Company was, I feel, one of the most professional productions put together by our community. It was an opportunity for young people within our community to be put on an international stage, which was such an achievement at that time. It was a group of young people that were allowed to fully express themselves and sort of become a family and find that thing that made them special. The Spirit of David Dance Theater wrote the guidelines for what was termed African Edenic dance which for me was a mixture of contemporary and traditional African dance with some ballet infusions. It was the focus of this form of dance was expression and expressing a life-giving sort of culture and how we would express that through dance. I feel like the Spirit of David was the company that really laid the foundation of what African Edanic dance should be or could be, or was a building block for us to continue to develop one.
I joined the Spirit of David in '99, and that's what we were taught. We were the ambassadors of our community, of our culture through dance. So a lot of our pieces had a lot to do with the different traditions and cultural festivities that pertain to our culture. So it was a form of giving praise to the Most High. African Edenic is a phrase that we use here in the African Hebrew Israelite community. If you're familiar with the word Eden, which was the Garden of Eden, Israel is a part of Africa. When we say African Edenic, it's a geographical location first, and that means all the region of the land of Israel. So that's from the Nile to the Euphrates. So that's the Edenic land.
The Spirit of David Dance Company for me was an awakening, a realization of the impact of dance. I've always danced, but bringing the Spirit of David and creating it, helping to be one of those who choreographed and created, it was a moment to realize what I wanted to be, who I wanted to be. And the most important part, it taught me self-expression. It taught me how to connect physically, emotionally, mentally with my body, my movement, my mind, and allow all of it together to surface. So through Spirit of David is Tumaya, Spirit of David is Yifa, Spirit of David is Elimelech, Spirit of David is Hananel. And I literally say that because Spirit of David is all of us that represented, it was family. The artistic director of Spirit of David was Miss Tumaya Bat Israel, a legend in her own right. She came from a family of dancers. Yeah, Tumaya is the spirit of dance and the embodiment of movement and soul for me. She's my mother.
She was the essential part of our community as relates to dance and teaching dance. And her desire was to create the African culture with everything, not just the dance, with the dress of the dance. She was like a mother, a teacher. Her whole desire was to reach and try to create positive energy, and she did, within the image of our youth. And not just in the area of dance, but in the area of theater, to embrace the youth and have the youth be proud of who they are and their traditions and their culture, and not be afraid to exhibit that.
And then, you know, she's always worked with the children. She's always been really, really close with the children and the youth. And when I seen the Spirit of David first ensemble, and I went to her and I was like, I want to be a part of this ensemble. And she was like, absolutely, come on. And then just since then, it's just always teaching, guiding, very motherly, just really upfront. You know, you can ask her anything, she's going to tell you about it. And she want you to come and ask her anything. You know, she didn't like us to kind of like figure out stuff. No, just ask me and I'll tell you. So, you know, she played a really, really huge part of my life. I would say like late teens, early 20s, young adult, and, you know, just very dear to me.
As we grew within the program, she grew with us to the point where I began to want to go back into competitive gymnastics. So she proceeded to find me a program in Israel and liaised with the coaches to get me up there and even somewhere to stay when I was there, that kind of thing. And then when I was leaving Israel to come to university in London, she took her time to prepare several references. She gave me a whole portfolio of my work with Spirit of David, and that in turn helped me get jobs when I came to London. And it was just, again, the professionalism, because that was something that was lacking within our community. We had so much talent. The talent pool in Dimona is just ridiculous, as you know. So the fact that they were able to mold that into something like this, we just learned so much, to the fact that any one of us can start our own program to this day. Look at Kananel, for example. Look at me in London. I do kids activities over here. So just seeing the level at which she was able to put together performances, it just taught me so much. And the fact that she cared so much about us and was willing to invest so much of her time and money into us, yeah, it was just, she was a Morah. She was a Morah, a Doda, a Ima at times. And just the fact that she danced with us too, you could see that she loved it and she was sharing her love of something with us. I feel like everybody should do or contribute to the whole based on what they love. And when it's coming from a place of love, it just shows up different. So just watching how she danced with her daughter, she danced with us, and how she was able to mold what she loved into something that benefited us and the wider community. She seemingly did everything with ease. She moved through the world with ease almost. She had such a bouncy, positive nature. I loved how she dressed so loosely. She was just so natural. Such a beautiful woman. Yeah, so forever indebted to her and her family.
Catherine Dunham, at the time, we were trying to make contact with her when we was in New York. And so we understand she has some medical challenge at the time. We actually went to her home. And Ifa began to explain the children, the history of our community, and that what the children were doing, and that and she began to share her history. It was similar to us because she struggled, but she struggled so that the children can be who they are at that time. And we explained how we struggle as a community. It was some relationship there of how we got to be where we are. She was just proud to see that after 30 something plus years that she can see a African group that's been dancing for years as youngsters. So this is how we initiated, and then we invited her to one of the dance presentations later on.
I remember just it being such a big moment for Martha Maya. She had continuously talked to us about Catherine Dunham and her impact on dance within American culture, and how this had sort of formulated again the way she dances. So I think my memories of that moment were more formed by Martha Maya's need for us to meet her and making sure that that was something that happened while we were in America. I felt it was important and that we needed to be sort of on our best behavior while we were taking pictures. I saw how significant it was both to Maya and Ima Yifa. So it was dealt with very orderly, but also with lots of love and reverence. So they had us, meet her. I think we were able to be introduced individually, because I remember feeling really special when it was my turn to say my name and see her, and she looked at me. But yeah, it was very ordered in the way that we didn't just all crowd over her and so try to get a hug. It was dealt with very well, and she was just really loving. She was just loving. Like, you could tell she really enjoyed watching dancers, especially young dancers. Yeah, so it was definitely a special moment.
We were super, super, super excited. I remember we got on the bus and we went to her apartment. At the time it was in New York, and it was a big group. So we were all like crammed in her house. So I kind of felt a little embarrassed about that. But she was super, super sweet, very eager to hear and, just listen to us because, I guess we were kind of unique as well, being from the community, traveling to the States, and most of the cast had never been to America.
For someone who was born and raised in Israel, and being that was my first time going to America, we got to meet Miss Dunham and a number of other great, great activists in the Black community. So to actually go to her home, and we were all so excited, and we were like little kids in the candy store, everybody quiet and looking around, and she was such a sweet woman who sat in the chair, and she asked all little questions. And are you okay? Do you need anything? Is he to bring them some water? Everybody's we fine. And she talked to us, and we were asking questions. More so, Tumaya was guiding the questions to ask Miss Dunham different things of her life, and she came alive as she explained her journey and how she had been all over the world and investigated and searched and researched her different forms of dance to create this profound technique. Now, if I look back, a lot of people didn't have this opportunity, and to know that I had this opportunity was absolutely amazing. I don't think as youngsters we understood the value of that. We only learned that afterwards. It is an enrichment program. It was something that left a mark, and to be able to actually see that living legend and put a face, a name, a spirit, an energy to a dance form, to understand that it didn't fall from the sky. Someone actually put their blood, sweat, and tears to create something that will make me an awesome dancer. It's just amazing that all these different things actually came from this person, and to see that this living legend was talking to me like my mom. And it's such a great, awesome experience. And then for her to show up at the performance afterwards and gave us a standing ovation, I think most of us almost peed our pants. And it was amazing. It was one of the best experiences. I remember George Faison. We were doing some classes with him, and he was like, y'all not gonna make it ever. Like the whole company, the Dance Spirit of David, because he's trying to give us certain different lifts and things that we weren't really comfortable with. It was new for us, so we were messing up, and he was like, no, y'all not gonna make it. And then he came to the performance out of respect. At the end of the performance, he was on his feet standing, and he had tears in his eyes, and was like, these aren't the same dancers that was in my studio last Friday. It was just amazing, and to see the love, the care, and to understand that we had actually received something that we didn't understand the value of what we had received through Miss Tumaya, which came from Miss Dunham. If you could have experienced that I had, and it marked me for life.
We did a suite called Eternal, which was based on the album that our sister Adaya wrote with members of the community. We did the gospel suite with the various gospel songs. We did a suite from African slave era. It was a 2-hour dance presentation. We invited her and others of that magnitude, actors and actresses. It was a professional performance that was put on by us. I remember the exact words after the performance that Catherine Dunham said. All the years of her life in dancing, she has never witnessed one group dance for 2 hours straight in different suites without changing. Because this person does this suite, this person does this one, this one. She was just astonished about the creativity, the energy, the motivation, and the zeal that she never seen in young people. She said all of her life, this is what God wanted her to see. It did something to the children because sometimes when you're in something, you don't see how good you are until you on the outside, someone tell you how you are. Even the trainers, George Faison, Arthur Mitchell, Phyllis Stigney, because in the rehearsals, they like, you ain't gonna make it, you ain't gonna make it. But after that performance, they said it's like something else overcame them. It was good for me because during that time I also was part of the youth council advisor for the youth. For me to see the youth in such a rare performance of that nature, it gave me something that our youth have it. They have it. It's just we have to allow them to showcase it. And they did that. They did that.
What the heart feels when you love something and when you realize just how much you love what you do. And to today, at 40 years old, I still teach, I still dance, I still implement, I still make sure that I teach love, I teach spirituality, I teach movement, and I teach heart, the soul. Because every movement comes from deep within. It comes from the diaphragm, as they say. So I teach it and I'm in love with it. It's not a job for me. This is my work. This is what I do. This is who I am. This is my way of life. And it's amazing that it trickles down, starting from Miss Tumaya, who actually implemented Miss Dunham's technique and spirit of movement and spirit of dance, and putting it all together, which she became with the ethnic dance and the contemporary dance. And it trickled down to me, to which today I teach my students in the same energy, the same love, and the same passion as was taught to me.
When I look at the various members who was part of the Spirit of David, like Naami, Kanan El, Niria, and I see the dynamics of how they evolve in dance, I only can credit that back to the teacher, Tumaya. She left a legacy, and Kanan El and all those individuals who creates dance, I see it. Dance has far-reaching to expose and to explain our lifestyle than one can speak it in words behind a podium. So when we see the different dance groups here today, I can only say that I've been blessed to be able to say that I played a small role, whether it was just playing the music or make sure the props was there. Whatever it was, I know that I felt that I played a small role into making what we see today a phenomenon. And every age, when I see the little babies dancing, when I see, the middle age and adults, it gives so much joy. I think and I know that when Catherine Dunham left this earth in 2006, I think her mission was completed when she met the Spirit of David. That from that point on, she lived to see what she knew her vision could carry on. It's like Martin Luther King when he said he may not get there with us, but as the people get to the promised land. I feel that when I hear about Catherine Dunham, one who was able to take Caribbean dance, Afro-American dance, ballet, and put it into a form where you see all culture of life within those particular dances. When she seen us using all of those, not known to us as children what they was doing, but when she see that all of those particular cultures was combined in one, I know that she felt that her mission was complete and that God allowed her to see exactly what she needed to see, when she needed to see, and that she was at peace.
DIMONA, the spiritual capital of the world. DIMONA is raise of peace and happiness for every little boy and girl. You wanna come see the capital where the kings of Africa brave. The Lord of hosts, Nasi Hashalom is his
In the winter of 2018, the African Hebrew Israelite community had the distinct honor of hosting Master Dunham instructor Miss Penny Godboldo. To the sounds of the community's master musician Kazakia, former members of the Spirit of David Dance Theater, community members of all ages fully experienced the unique gift of a true Dunham class.
Does anybody know what that says? No.
And the spirit of life calling Mamela, and a voice with the fear of a child answered.
The energy of the Spirit of David Dance Theater, Skanit Tomaya, Miss Catherine Dunham, and all the dance pioneers of this mighty community will continue to shine through the youth.
Have faith. He lives in you. Hey. Oh. D-I-M-O-N-A. Yeah, that's what I see you, Dimona. Alright, I see you, baby. Stand up, Miss Pay. I'm on my way. Tell me if I see you. Dimona is the home of the kings. We so fly, no Red Bull wings. It can take you to the moon when starlight sings. It hits you right back like the softball team. The foundation of the kingdom where the people are free and live in harmony with a tight ecology. A true family keeping peace under lock and key. And we constantly attack when the windows are cracked. Then the wind blows temptation in, but you can never know your strength till you test it, man. Raw wheat come around, then we test your skin. That's an inside joke, no question, man. My city so hot, you gotta watch your attire. No jobs in the city, but the saucy higher. Couldn't say it like her, had to say admire. Every girl is a supermodel hotter than Tyra. I like to take this time to give big ups to Northern Lights, I see you. A-Lot, way down south, I see you. Up top with Kaifa, I see you. Petak Tifa, put your hands up. Natanya, I see all my cities. Hey, Jerusalem, I definitely see you. D-I-M-O-N-A-I-L, that's where I stay. I see you, Dimona. Alright, I see you, baby. Hey, I'm on my way. Stand up, Tel Aviv. Dimona's my connection, you can say the real haven't skipped over Street 6, I got my lucky number 11. From thought to reality in 45 seconds, we the answer to the questions of the world. Lay down with the devil when you wake up in hell. Remember slave ships? Does that ring a bell? Well, we back in the original city where we dwell. We all know the wall and we all know who ball. And no matter how it wobble, we don't let the city fall. We didn't know the name, so we called it Third Park. No need for a taxi when you own a go-kart. Always leave a kitty when you're playing real cards. First school I went to was Big Dushar. Check blues through my report card. Blood, sweat, and tears were put in my city. I will always remember, so please don't forget me. D-I-M-O-N-A. I miss you, Dimona. I miss the rock, man. I ain't never been to this place like that. Oh, yeah.
So when I went to college here in Israel, so everything is really, really European based. Everything is European based. They don't really mention the origin of dance, rhythm, movement pertaining to the motherland or, the original people. So I was given this assignment to do a report on some European dancer, and I really didn't have that much connection. I couldn't really feel it, really dove myself into the project. So I went to the professor and asked her, can I choose my own dancer to do my project on? And she said, sure, who do you want to do? I said, can I do Katherine Dunham? And she said, absolutely. So I think she was kind of waiting for some, the way she said, and she was familiar with her too. And the way she said it seemed like she was kind of waiting for somebody to bring something else. So, and the fact that I actually got to meet her, so she said, absolutely. So I did my piece on Katherine Dunham. I think I got a couple of points lower than 100. So it was really, really good.
Dit is Katherine Dunham, de leidster van een dansgroep uit de Antillen, welke zich in korte tijd een wereldnaam verwierf. Kort na haar aankomst op Schiphol zochten wij haar op in de stad Schouwburg van Amsterdam, waar zij zich gereed maakte voor haar eerste optreden in ons land als besluit van het Holland Festival. Met haar groep brengt zij de Caribbean Rhapsody voor het voetlicht. Een aantal rituele en folkloristische dansen uit het gebied van de Caraïbische Zee.
ebule bombo siwa. Siwa ebule bombo siwa. Siwa ebule bombo siwa. Siwa ebule bombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa ebule bombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa ebule bombo. Mama oye mate siwa ebule bombo siwa. Siwa ebule bombo siwa. Mama oye mate siwa ebule bombo siwa. Mama oye mate siwa ebule bombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa ebule bombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa ebule bombo. Mama oye mate siwa ebule bombo siwa. Siwa ebule bombo siwa. Mama oye mate siwa ebule bombo siwa. Mama oye mate siwa ebule bombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa ebule bombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa ebule bombo. Mama oye mate siwa ebule bombo siwa. 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 Oju mama siwa me siwa ebule bombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa
riba venga más. Allí para arriba venga más. Ves un cañoso así. Hacer en la nubla cerebro en navio. Hacer el nirama. Ya pasó chugue cuento con poco más caer en azúcar a cuantilla en el por ese segundo.
Oh ya yo ma. Oh ya yo. Oh ya yo. Oh ya yo.
arriba, venga más. Allí para arriba, venga más. Ves un cañoso así. Hacer en la nubla, cerebro en navio. Hacer el nirama. Ya pasó chugue cuento con poco más caer en azúcar a cuantilla en el por ese segundo.
Oh yo 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 man.
Oh ya yo, oh ya yo, oh ya yo. Ya yo ya yo ma. Ya yo ya yo ma. Agua verá para abajo, agua corrió. Ya yo ma. Ya morba. Ati está y el cambio. Esta la estamos pe con un masaje o vino cama. Coyo y ni abagua, y ni abagua, y ni abagua. Coyo y ni abagua, y ni abagua, y ni abagua. Coyo y ni abagua. Oye yo, coyo y ni abagua. Ya yo, ya yo, ya yo. Ya yo, ya yo, ya yo. Ya yo, ya yo, ya yo. Ella hace el chamaco mi loco, ella gustame. Tú le pones un equipo bonamo, si suena y bonura. Con el chache vivo, mozo como toca mamá, digo. Coria vacua, coria vacua, coria vacua. Coria vacua, coria vacua, coria vacua. Coria vacua, coria vacua, coria vacua. Ya yo ya yo ma.
Hello, everyone who is taking part in this fabulous celebration of Miss Dunham's legacy. As we move forward, I want you to just focus on sustaining a comfortable breathing pace. I hope that you will join us in the movement we're about to partake in. I am going to do my best to break it down in this short window of time. But again, focus on sustaining a comfortable breathing pace. Set aside whatever you will not be dancing out for the next 30 minutes. And if you have something you feel like you can just let move through your body, then be all about it. By all means, listen to your body, move in your body, move from where you are today, right? If you need to modify some of what I am about to share with you, then feel free to do so as you need to. My name is Nicole Manker. I am one of the more recent certified Dunham teachers through the Institute for Dunham Technique Certification, or IDTC. And I am really grateful to be holding space. I do apologize. In order to be closer to the microphone, I have to go out of the camera range just a tiny bit. Grateful to be able to be here and to hold space with 12 hours of, again, just celebration. And I mentioned IDTC, right? We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to perpetuating the legacy of dancer, choreographer, author, anthropologist, activist, and so many other things, Miss Catherine Dunham, who such an honor to be here. And IDTC definitely maintains a very professional standard for the way that we teach and we train and we build community and family. I do hope that in addition to participating in the rest of the day that you check out more information about us on dunhamcertification.org, that you follow us on Facebook and Instagram. And we have an intensive coming up next month, so just check out all of the things that we've also got going on. I do love being able to be a part of this, as Catherine Dunham lived her life uncensored and really paved the way for every component of her legacy to be picked up, to be passed on, and to transform in tandem with societal shifts. Her holistic system really is all-inclusive and allows for people of all ages, races, ethnicities, abilities to participate in any and all aspects of her technique. The movement that I'm going to play with today, I'll do a tiny bit of warm-up before I jump into choreography so that we get the right places activated before we get going. Again, do your best to follow along. The first series that I'm going to go through is I'm going to take some isolations. And then before we jump into this movement, again, I want you to be mindful of breath, right? Deep belly breath, in through the nose, out through the mouth, whenever possible. And then also moving in your body, yeah. This is going to give us some great space for self-exploration, movement, language exploration of the self. So I'm taking it in the way that you need to. You can do this with or without shoes on, right? And you do not need to be in a studio to do this, but I hope you will have fun on this journey with me. So this first thing we're going to go ahead and take. There are some isolations. I'm going to change my view just a tiny bit so I can see where I'm standing. Okay. It's going to go through a pattern that does have breaks in it, right? And so you can either stand in a closed parallel, an open parallel, or in Dunham first. Right, so you have these three options. They are all parallel, and just making sure that your feet are aligned with the outside of your feet. I'm going to take a series of isolations. We are going to go through it pretty quick. Catch the pattern as often as you can. Otherwise, again, move mindfully. But we're going to take the head side, center, side, center, side, center, side, center. Then we're going to pass through side, 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 side. Take doubles, one set each way, double, double. And then we'll go into triples. Side, center, side, side, center, side, side, center, side, center, side. Right? We're going to repeat that with the head going down and up. We're going to repeat that with the tilt. The break is going to come in with dropping the head down and rolling side profile, down, side profile. Full circle, bop, starting to the other way. First, side profile, first circle, and then we'll repeat that again. The second time that you do it, if you want to let your shoulders go with the head, still reaching in the same way, or anything else needs to go, take that moment to check in with your body. Same pace, we're going to take focus staying forward, head drops to the side, drop to the side, full circle, bop, making sure that you're up on that diagonal, not breaking this line here. Ha, bop, shoot, bop, bop, roll, dee, dee, bop, yeah? Again, second time through, if you need to let something else go with the head, let it go. Then we're going to reset. We'll take the pattern, get back into the pattern, shoulders up, center down, front and back. Break is going to be isolating, bop, 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 rolling back. I don't know how much you're going to be able to hear me when I back up, so you'll be able to follow along. Then we're going to go front and back with the pattern, side to side with the pattern. We'll take a break, going around, take some circles, around, circles, without letting that sternum drop. And then we'll soften the knees, going to the side, front and back. And then we'll just take some easy rolls and walks to the front before we get into the next exercise. And you may find yourself, even if it's shut, and you may find yourself, you gotta run around the world, and you may find yourself, you gotta know the other for real, and you may find yourself, Singles, take a breath. Back. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to take, just to check in with our, I think I'm going to skip what I was going to do because of time. So what we're going to do is, okay, I don't think so. You want to get into a Dunham second position, not a ballet second, right? And being able to have, if you can get down there, right, with all of this sliding straight down, being able to get your thighs parallel to the floor, if that's a thing that you can do. By all means be there, but if you're not warm enough to do that, don't force your body, yeah? So what we're gonna do is take, contract, we just went from turned out to parallel, open, contract, step, step, step. I'm staying in plie. I'm gonna raise up, leg swing, front, side, step through a plie, out, okay. Front, side, step, let's go front, side, and then from there, you have 5, 6, 7, 8 to do what you would like to do, then we're gonna repeat it to the other side. To set you up for what we're gonna do later, the choreo is a little bit crump inspired, so I recommend digging into whatever your get down looks like in that 5, 6, 7, 8. However, yes. Yes. You guys want me to go over that again? Or just talking through it? Okay. Ready? And open, drops, yes, remembering contraction. You don't totally have time to revisit that, but just remembering wanting that contraction to have this thing laying down, right? We're not focusing on the over, it's plie. Get down, there you go. And that's scoop. Not so much the upper back. But okay, so I do want you to find your own story with the movement, right? Whether that inspiration comes from your altar or it just comes from where you're at today. But I want you to dance from where you're at today. This altar does come from where I'm at today, because I'm not home with my sustaining ones. And I do want to give you a little bit of my intention for the first part of this before we dig into it, and we'll just see how far we get. And from there, I just want you to fill in your own story, your experience, your movement language, right? And so I said Crump inspired. With all of this free spaces to play, I really want you to think about jabs, pop, and the choreo does start with jabs, stomps, if you've got shoes on and you're on the right kind of floor to do that, and swings. Thank you, Body, for reminding me. So the opening and the choreo, I said, starts with jabs. And these first jabs, and I'm stepping, same arm as leg that's jabbing out, are gonna go up, right? And you are, in that moment, harnessing what you can from the universe, from your higher spirit, and you're embodying that, right? And just feeling what you can with that energy, connecting to that energy. When we're jabbing this way, going right around in that heart chakra sort of area, we are in community engagement mode, right? This is us. I'm pulling everything that everybody around me has into me and taking ownership of the people that I hold near and dear in my life. And when we reach down, that is acknowledgement of the shoulders on which we stand and that ancestral energy that makes each one of us powerful in our own ways. And we're able to dig into that. And because all of those things, at least for me, are very powerful in their own right, to put them all together, I need moments to just let go, right? So I'm going to invite you again, punches, swings, jabs, stomps, in the free spaces in between. So like I said, we're going to jump through this really quickly. We actually get to repeat these gestures a few times through the pattern. So you essentially are going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to back up. Sorry, I'm still walking forward. 5, 6, 7, 8 is you. If you want to stomp, you want to swing, 7, 8, whatever works. Then you're going to back. 2, 3, 4, 6, you have 7, 8. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 is you. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is freestyle in the 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? 1, 2, 3. This is the third time through. 7, 8, and 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. More or less. So that's that pattern. I'm going to dig into the first 8 counts. Got a little bit going on. Just do whatever leg feels better for you. And you can work it out. I am lifting my right leg, but whatever that feels better to you, do you. So we have lift this leg, and we're going to pitch kick. 1, roll 2, dragging that leg in. Again, scooting back. 2, we're going to pivot to the side. 3, 4, 5, 6. Your hands can do what you want them to do. And 7, look to the side, drag it in, but not all the way in. Be careful. So again, you have, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, after the other stuff. So we're gonna just give it a go. Oh wait, that's not what I want. So we're going to go on. Hopefully that went fairly well. After we have 7, 8, and again, don't pull your feet all the way in. So you have somewhat of a base to swing, and we're going to go side, back, front. The end of this swing is going to allow you to pull this leg up, and it comes up. You're going to turn your body facing this way. So this is a back attitude that you're going to punch and kick at the same time. You're going to step on this leg, kick, flex, turn, front. Here, you're going to pop, just like somebody's pulling your sternum out on me. Yeah. So from 7, 8, you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, pop. From here, we're going to roll down 1, 2, hands on the floor. Let's just keep going. 3, 4, sorry, that was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's try that much, and then I'm going to throw a little bit more at you, and then I think I'm almost out of time. So. So we went 8, we're going to roll down 1. See, this is going to be our last time going through this. Jump 3, land 4. Turn behind yourself. I think I'm off my counts. Hold on. 1, jump 2, land 3, turn 4. And 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is a pose of your choosing. Yeah. just gonna have to do that a couple times. Call it a clap. Close your fingers and thumb. The what? Huh? Huh? I think I went the other way. So it feels like that was the first time. Let's do what we All right. Well, I hope that you were able to follow along. That is definitely class for today. Again, so absolutely grateful to be a part of this celebration. Miss Dunham's life, legacy, and her new reign as our ancestor. Right? Much love, everyone, in the Dunham community. Thank you. Continue breathing deeply. Yes. Yes.
Todo mundo se admira, mundo libera. Todo mundo admira, mundo libera. Para o samba, nunca que eu beba Roma, moda de moda. Nunca que eu para o samba, nunca que eu beba Roma, moda de moda de mim.
Dunham was a phenomenal woman, an educator, an activist.
She saw the need for us to make connection to who we are as a people, to your whole self.
I wish that people knew about Miss Dunham's legacy in East St. Louis. I want people to look on that stage and see a beautiful reflection of themselves as Black people. I say I'm from East St. Louis with as much pride as can be. People just take care of themselves versus waiting for resources to the city like they provide the resources to suburbs. My dance philosophy is Black joy. I represent how we are at our backyard barbecues, how we are in our basement house parties, the places that we are free. And I use Dunham technique as my vehicle to do that. Catherine Dunham is the mother of modern dance, not just Black dance. She could have settled anywhere in the world, and she chose to settle in East St. Louis. I grew up dancing at the Catherine Dunham Museum Children's Workshop. Growing up in a Black cultural institution, words of affirmation were poured into us and they were drilled into us. So in my mind, well, East St. Louis is a city of champions.
I have been affiliated with the Dunham legacy for 52 years. Her whole thing as an anthropologist was, why do people like to dance? Miss Dunham went to Haiti to study dance. She went to Cuba, Martinique, Jamaica.
Her peers were creating work based off images that they saw, posters and whatnot. Ms. Dunham actually went to these places and she captured the dances on film. I can see where it came from. Dunham technique is a Afro modern Caribbean dance technique that embodies your heart, your soul, your spirit, and your body.
So there's a series of center floor work that we do, bar work, progression work across the floor.
She was definitely a pioneer. A world maker. That's like my dance mama. She was Beyonce before Beyonce was Beyonce.
It was the late 60s, and she wanted to quell the violence that the young people were experiencing in East St. Louis. Dance, percussion, African study, anatomy for the performer. He had a complete program.
The class just blew me away. And I was just engulfed by that rhythm. It touched my soul. It was a cultural mecca that everybody from St. Louis, the metropolitan area, came there to get that spirit, to get that, and it was needed. Miss Dunham saw the value of connecting to her cultural identity. That connection is not limited to one particular place, whether they came from Africa and went to Cuba, or went to Haiti, or they ended up in Mississippi. That African diaspora is very important.
I'm most proud of being able to let Miss Dunham pass her baton to me, and I've taught thousands of kids. One of my favorite sayings from Miss Dunham was to go inside every day to find the inner strength so that the world will not blow out your candle.
I was that kid that was walking around with my head down, not feeling confident. Ruby Street had a tremendous effect on me. She engraved in me to never walk with my head down. It takes blood to be related, but it takes love to be family, and I feel like we all have that.
Miss Street choreographed Maya Angelou's Phenomenal Woman. Imagine what that's like for a 15-year-old girl to embody it. You don't have any option but to be a phenomenal woman. Everybody who has come through that program has now gone on and have done things that the world and society tells us that we could not have done, but we're doing it.
I did a piece right after Mike Brown was killed. That was in response to the unrest, the social justice challenges and struggles that were happening right here in St. Louis. And so it does not stop in the classroom. It does not stop on the stage. We are important voices to make a change.
I have an army of people here physically with me that's powerful. You ain't even seen my ancestral army, and that's infinite. And so that's what it brings to the movement.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Let us know where you would like to see If Cities Could Dance next. Drop your comment below. We out. We out.
But it sparked another question. Tell me two things about the first time you met Miss Dunham and your favorite memory. That's gonna be good.
When we got to New York, we were in rehearsal at Carnegie Hall. And I was dancing, I was doing churros and Yangigo, Rita Passage, Shango, da 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 da. And I think it wasn't churros. It wasn't churros. I think it was Rita Passage. And she you know, Ms. Dunham sat at the table and she always had a mic and her water and all that, her necessities. And she said, young man, and she said, young man, could you, your pelvis is da 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 da. And she said, who is he? And it was like, that's Keith. And so she said, Keith, your pelvis is, you need to move your pelvis more, da 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 da. Never mind. And I said, okay, I tried. And she kept saying, Keith, turn and make sure your second position in your arms. And what are you feeling? Da da da. It was just and so Linwood and Archie, they could see that I was getting frustrated because I had, at that time, I had not learned to I could receive the notes of corrections, do it, but she was like on me. We had a break, and Archie and Linwood, they came out to the hallway and they said, Keith, it's okay. She's staying on you because she likes you. She sees something in you. And that became, not only was that a moment and a memory I will never forget, but it became the foundation upon which, as I continued my career, that I was being trained and molded as an artist to how to receive that constructive criticism and receive it and do what I need to do, personalize, internalize it, and then try to deliver, and not personalize. Take it as a constructive, not destructive. There were notes to build up.
there is an energy within that we are given the capacity to use it. We use it in a way that is a part of our basic culture. We use it in a way that we have been trained to use it. Or maybe we use it in a way that that results when all training drops off and the clear, pure strength of the person comes through. And that is the energy of that person, which is put into different forms and different shapes. But once we discover that energy, I think that such a thing as dance becomes such a delight, because you're moving on a stream that is you, but it's even over and beyond you. That is your energy.
Todo mundo se admira, mundo libera. Todo mundo admira, mundo libera. Vamos samba, nunca que eu beba Roma, moda de moda. Nunca que eu paro samba, nunca que eu beba Roma, moda de moda de mim.
Hello, hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, hello. I just want to make sure everyone can hear me. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear us okay? Yes, all right. So welcome everyone that is logged on today to Chicago, Chi-Town. Chicago is in the house today, and we are so excited to participate in this global celebration, honoring the life and legacy of the amazing and wonderful Miss Catherine Dunham. Woo, 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 woo. We want to say happy birthday to Miss Catherine Dunham, celebrate you today. We have prepared a feast for everyone to enjoy, and we're excited to just participate and be a part in continuing the legacy and the lineage. So I want to introduce to everyone, for some that don't know, Mama Jerry. Woo woo! And I'm gonna pass the mic to Mama Jerry to just to get us started, right? To begin this celebration today here in Chicago.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mama Jerry, studying Dunham technique, learning that Dunham becomes a way of life. And we here in Chicago were so blessed because we were able to study under some of the Dunham lead dancers, Lucille Ellis, Tommy Gomez, Wilbur Bradley, Clifford Fears, Norman Davis. They came, those that were not living here in Chicago came here to teach. And there are people sitting here today who have studied Dunham for decades. And we have come together, stayed together. You know, sometimes even though we might not talk to each other, but that tie, that breath that comes through Dunham keeps us connected in all different ways. You know, I have one of my younger students here, you know, the young students to the older students, and it's like I said, it's a blessing, and it does become a way of life. You know, there's so much knowledge that's going to be given to you today from the Chicago side of Dunham techniques. So I'm not going to hold it long. I'm just going to say, welcome, welcome, welcome to Chicago Dunham.
Thank you, Mama Jerry. So we're gonna keep it moving because I know we don't have a lot of time and we want to make sure we represent well. I'm gonna ask Miss Dominique to come on up. Well, I'll let her introduce herself. So you come a little closer so that people can see you in the camera. If you want to introduce yourself and then share what you have to offer today for this experience.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. My name is Dominique Boyd-Riley. I'm so blessed to be here in the space at Red Clay Dance Center with so many legendary folks right now. It's truly an honor to be able to share a bit of my story and a bit of what has how Ms. Dunham has inspired me and my journey. I guess just a little introduction. I am a dancer, an arts administrator, a dance writer, and I like to say beginning to be a scholar or researcher, and just also just a lover of all of our dances, of our social dances, of Miss Dunham, of Red Clay, of Deeply Rooted, of all the dance companies, wonderful companies, Najwa, that we have here in Chicago. I first was introduced to Miss Dunham when I was teaching in Brooklyn, and I was given this book by a mentor, and it is the Kaiso book, and it is a Bible. You know, it's an absolute Bible, and I didn't know anything about Catherine Dunham at this time. This was probably about 12, 13 years ago. So this was my introduction, and I was just fascinated by all of the work that she had done, by all of her writings, by all of the things that she had taken on during her time. And I just kept this book with me, and I went to it when I was going through difficult times. And something, I don't know what passage it was, or what article it was, or what story it was, or even the ballets, you know, is in here, and I was reading those, but something inspired me. And I said, you know what, I think it's time for me to go home. And so this was one of the main reasons that I moved to Chicago, not really knowing what I was going to do, but I knew that what I was doing in New York, I could do in Chicago because of her. And so a few years passed, and I started working at the University of Chicago, and I didn't really make the connection that she had studied at the University of Chicago until probably 6, 7 years later, when an article was written in the University of Chicago magazine, and it was highlighting Miss Ruby Street in East St. Louis and the Dunham Museum. And so I got in my car the next weekend, and I had never driven long distance. And I drove 4 hours to East St. Louis and went to the museum and met Miss Laverne Backstrom and met Ruby and watched her teach the class, and went on a tour, and was just like, yo, I told my sister the Beyonce concert was like, I forget, probably the next week, I was like, we got to come to the Beyonce concert in East St. Louis. So you got to come here and see this museum. And so she came back with me, and we stayed in a little motel, and, and we went to the Beyonce concert. That was one of the best times that we had. And so we saw her as a Beyonce in her, you know, the first Beyonce, you know, or, so that's a bit of the story. We continued a connection with the museum, and we had a few birthday celebrations at the university before COVID, and I kept this book still as that Bible, that thing that I go back to, reading different articles, being inspired in different ways. And so today I just want to leave you with an article, How She Began Her Beguine, Dunham's Dance Literacy by Millicent Hodgson. And it's a pretty short article, but it's something that I've been thinking about lately. And it has to do with rhythm and sort of maintaining our own natural rhythms when we're up against so many different things that break them. All right, so here we go. Dunham realized that it was rhythm we had lost in our lives. Sometime around the Industrial Revolution, when automation, alienation of the worker from work, the replacement of extended families and choral dancing by nuclear families and coupling for the waltz, when all these things began. A progressive woman, a visionary and an activist, she did not propose a single-minded return to nature program. Although she disappeared for a period in the Caribbean islands to see firsthand the natural dance and its everyday relationship to the people. It was her goal to take the knowledge of natural rhythms and use it to change the quality of modern urban life. By way of doing so, she would preserve the culture of her ancestors. She would give new life to their spirits. In the course of doing so, making these rhythms at home in the moment, she would alter the history of American dance. Dance is a way of knowing. In the myriad of Dunham's gifts to the world, she brings us closer to this truth. Working in words or working in movements, she begins and ends with the body as the instrument of knowing. In Dunham's vision, the body embraces mind and psyche. What is seen and measurable, what is called science, this exists on a continuum with active wondering about the invisible, what is called religion or magic. This continuum has a concrete life in the central nervous system, winding snake-like up the back from the sacrum bone to the complex lobes of the brain. Rhythm is the coordinating function of the central nervous system, making instantaneously real in our limbs what is being signaled in the mind and psyche, elsewhere known as the soul. Dunham identified schizophrenia, alienation, apartheid, the separation of music and dance, each of these phenomena on a different order of reality. She identified as the breaking of rhythm. When the rhythm is broken, whether in an individual or in a whole society, malice is the result, disintegration, the diffusion of energy. If rhythm is the proof of unity, of the evolution of form, then dance is the way of knowing. In an early essay, Dunham defined dance as the profound urge to rhythmic motion and organized pattern. She saw it as the key to our potentialities for personal and social integration. She understood the search for rhythm through dance in a holistic context that anticipates the contemporary need to discover other states of body consciousness, either through ancient methods of exercise and meditation or new methods of therapy. Again, the world is catching up with this dancer and scholar who has for several decades included martial arts and metaphysics in the training of her performers. She begins and ends with the body as the instrument of knowing. The desire for unity directs itself toward an idea of the divine, toward nature, toward the unifying of the various personalities, making up each individual self, toward a search for a concept of good, or simply toward an unseen light. When some degree of unity is arrived at, some degree of relief from malice is the reward. And so I just ask that we all continue to think about the different things that we're in accord with, that we're in rhythm with in our everyday lives. Are we in rhythm with the sun rising and waking up with the sunrise, or waking up with our alarm clocks? Or are we in rhythm with our families or with our colleagues? What are we in rhythm with? What are we in concert with in our daily lives? And what are some different ways that we can continue to bring in our natural rhythms into a lot of these systems that are disintegrated? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rhythm. We're going to get into some rhythm in a little bit. But I wanted to open up the space. Like I said, I feel like we have legends in the room. And I as we were gathering today, we were hearing some of these stories and, had an opportunity to look through some photos of Miss Dunham's presence and legacy, both in Chicago and outside of Chicago. So I always am very mindful when there is just an immense amount of knowledge and wisdom and memory in a space. And I was like, I wish we had a recorder. I think this is being recorded, but I wanted to leave some time now before we transition to hear from some of the other individuals in the room. I'm gonna start on this side. But we want to just be able to share a little bit about your connection to, or if you have a connection to Ms. Dunham, or anything you would like to share, just to open up space. I will start and just say that my introduction to Dunham came in a little bit in high school, but then mostly once I got to graduate school and was able to do some research. A lot of the modern dance that I had learned about prior did not include individuals that looked like me or taught dance forms that were tied to my own personal culture and heritage. So when I began to study and learn more about Ms. Dunham, it was even more, I would say, the technique for sure was very challenging, and while I loved it, it was definitely a way to train the body. But her philosophies around community and the impact that dance can have on the development of a human being is what drew me more into the technique. And when Mama Jerry talked about it being a way of life, it really is a way of life. There's a knowing that you have when you have connection with your body, and both the, mental, spiritual, and physical. But her philosophy around socialization through the arts really drew me in, and understanding how we learn about one another from seeing how that person moves, how they move through the world, but also how they move in a dance class, how they approach movement, what are some fears or challenges that they have, or where is their disconnect. So as an educator, the philosophy around socialization through the arts and being able to understand how we need to be with one another in this world, and how dance can open us up to that expression and sharing and transparency with one another, but also open us up to ourselves. So I wanted to start with that. And who would like to share next? Anybody? Yes, come on up. This Chicago, we free flow up in here. You're not formal.
I am. Oh, okay. I am 40 years old, and my dance teacher still is getting me to do things. Mama Jerry, thank you. I started out in the ECA Creative Arts program as a summer program, and I was just taking class on Saturday. And at some point, we created a dance troupe, and we performed at White Sox Stadium, and we went down to the Dunham seminars during the summer, and I still am traumatized by Vanoy Aiken's class. I've transitioned. I'm no longer a practicing dancer, but I'm currently getting my dissertation, and I decided that I wanted to write about Black people. And I knew that I had to write about Catherine Dunham. And so my third chapter is investigating the Black dancing body as a form of archaeology. And so I've been looking through the archive. I really want to give a strong thank you to Alberta Rose's text, because listen, those photographs and the explanations of the movements just made my job so much easier. But I also really want to comment on Dunham as a way of life. There were moments where Mama Jerry would teach us to walk with our heads high. And to be aware of our surroundings at all times. And even though I may not be on a dance floor every other Saturday, those ideas follow me. And so I just have so much gratitude for Catherine Dunham. I still marvel at this woman in the 1930s going down to Haiti and going into the Caribbean and recording these dances and then sharing these dances with me. The biggest gift that I have from Dunham Technique is that my understanding of being Black is grounded in Pan-Africanism, it is grounded in diaspora, and it is grounded through movement. And so I'm just, forever thankful for that. So I just had to share those little tidbits. Yeah.
Can you share your name?
My name is Lamille Island.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Lamille. Next. All right, all right. Come on.
Yeah. Peace and love, everyone. Yeah, we right here. All right, my name is Amansu Eason. I guess you can consider me a third generation certified Dunham instructor. Thank you. Dunham technique for me was very powerful on my intellectual confidence. I was raised in Gary, Indiana, kind of broken home story. My grandmother raised me. I was raised in the streets. A lot of my male mentors were, brothers in the streets, if you will. I danced my whole life. I performed my whole life, started at age 4 and everything like that. So I had always considered myself a dancer. And I say that because I separated dance from scholarship. Being raised in an artistic house, the males growing up did not support artistic art as a way of being able to provide for your family. So I wasn't supported a lot in that way. It was very separated. It's either you're going to have your education or you're going to choose the arts. So fast forward to my teenage years, I had the opportunity to go to the university in Bowling Green State University in Bowling Green, Ohio. There I was introduced to Dr. Halifu Osumare, who, who really introduced me into Dunham technique. Dunham technique gave relevance to everything I had been studying thus far in my life. I was raised in a Yoruba home. Also, my grandmother's influence brought in Christianity. So there was that molding of cultures and being able to be understanding and sensitive and loving to be able to respect both. I also had been studying West African folklore and dance, as well as the religion. So a lot of my dance bases were rooted in Black dance forms and traditional art forms. When I came into Dunham technique, it was the first time on that level, on a level of stage or a level of acceptance universally, that things were being fused in that way. So Black, all Black things, like the ballet with traditional African, with but then just the dance fusions, the traditional with martial arts, with all type of yoga, with breathing practices, with life practices, with health practices, with spiritual practices. It was this holistic form that gave arts for me power, and it empowered me to be me. So I really appreciate Dunham technique for giving me my intellectual, artistic voice, if you will. So I feel myself starting to get all into myself. So I'm just gonna say thank you, Mama Dunham, for that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, come on up, Mama Delia. All right.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to do it. I don't like talking. My name is Delia. Last name is Tyler. I was introduced to Dunham technique at the ripe age of 13, probably 1969 was when I was introduced. Lucille Ellis was my first teacher. And at the time I had a health issue, so I had to stop. I met Miss Ellis again when I was 18, and I taught for her for about 5.5 years. And in that time, over a space of maybe 10, 15 years, I got the opportunity to work with Tommy Gomez, one of her, Miss Dunham's principal dancers. I got the opportunity to dance for Miss Dunham because I also had my own specialty act as a snake and fire dancer. So I danced I danced Snake and Fire for Miss Dunham. Yes, and worked with Tommy Gomez in school program for quite a number of years before I moved away to San Diego in Florida for almost 10 years. And of course, Mama Jerry held it down all the time while I was gone. When I started with Dunham Technique at the age of 13, and I'm sure she's coming up to speak, Malika Moore was there. Malika Brenda Moore, she was there. I know she doesn't want me to tell anybody. She was one of my first monitor teachers. And so that's briefly just a quick synopsis. Wilbur Bradley, and I'm sure everybody knows Wilbur Bradley. I love Wilbur, I love Tommy. And Wilbur Bradley choreographed a dance for me at Kennedy King College. He made me inclusive in this dance that he created off of the Sing, 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 the Benny Goodman Sing, Sing, Sing. That was a wild dance. People would just come to see the show just to see that dance. So yes, Wilbur, Tommy, and Lucille Ellis, those were my main teachers. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. I am Brenda Malika Moore. I'm also artistic director for Nezra Junior Corps. Thank you. I just want to say that I started dancing with Miss Ellis when I was a sophomore in high school. And it was a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful experience. I always wanted to dance, but due to economic situations, my family wasn't able to provide that type of resource for me. And just so it happens that one day, one of my sister's friends said there was a dance class on 33rd in Indiana at the Pilgrims Community Center. And she said, "You want to go?" I said, "Yeah." So at that point, I went to class and I met Lucille Ellis, one of the original dancers with Catherine Dunham. And I started taking class. And so at that point, I started taking class and she sent me down to East St. Louis. I studied with Miss Dunham, Archie Savage, Linwood Morris, Clifford Fears, Ural. Then I came back to Chicago. We would go periodically over the summers to study with Miss Dunham. And so it was just so wonderful to be able to do that. And then also while in Chicago, I met, when Wilbur came back from Europe, he came to Miss Ellis's studio and we studied with Wilbur. We studied with Tommy Gomez when he came back to Chicago. So also I want to give a shout out to Glenn Standifer, who moved from St. Louis to California. He was also one of her dancers. So wherever I went to study. So when I went to California for an event with More Charm, I met Glenn Standifer, as well as I ran back into him and he introduced me to Eartha Kitt. So he would take me to classes with Eartha Kitt in California. So it was a wonderful experience. It's a solid foundation. It enabled me to go out and study other dance styles, all the other technique, but Dunham is my foundation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we just had a history lesson. And it's always timely to call out and shout out and bring forth the those that continue the Dunham legacy. Again, we in Chicago, y'all. So that is our legacy, and that is the shoulders that I stand on, that I know Izai and Amansu and those that are still, trying to push the legacy forward. So we're just grateful to have these resources in our community still. So I just want to give a shout out, hand clap. Yes, very grateful. So this would not be a Dunham experience without some Dunham movement, y'all. So we're gonna relocate these chairs. And we're gonna do a short progression series. We have a few more minutes in our time. So we're gonna do a little progression series. So just give us 1 second. Give us 1 second. We're gonna transition really quickly. All right. So we're just gonna do a quick sound test to make sure that you can hear the music. And we didn't get a chance, maybe at the end, we can bring up the artwork that we have that Mama Jerry brought, but we're just gonna do a quick sound test to make sure that the sound is audible. You good? You want to say anything before we start, or?
Progressions? All right, wonderful. Am I on? All right, peace to love. Yeah, right here. All right, so of course, I go. I say. So we would like to share just some progressions. We're going to focus on some progressions out of the Yamalu vocabulary, some progressions that will prepare you for those type of traditional dances. And we'll also do some festive movements maybe towards the end. So please, if you want to move with us, get out of your chair, let it feel free and share your energy with us, all right? Hi, Bobo. Hi, Bobo.
say it's where the heart is. They also say it's wherever you make it. They don't say it's where you unload your stuff, get tired halfway through unpacking, use some boxes as furniture, realize your oven mitt's in a box that doubles as a nightstand, don't want to buy a new nightstand, and use a towel as an oven mitt instead. But no matter where you call home, Geico makes it easy to bundle and save on renters and car insurance. Easier than grabbing a piping hot pan with a towel that's a bit too thin and trying to quickly get it to the counter. Ooh, hot, 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 hot.
Whether it's the leaders who inspire you.
And if you're not giving your best right now.
Okay, wonderful. Warming up with a little spiritual cleansing. So we're just going to end on a festive note. So our DJ is working the sounds right now.
Right now I
and
need
we're
you
going
to
to switch it over,
up, Queen.
pick up the tempo,
The words that motivate you.
and have some fun with us,
Or the
okay?
music that lifts you up.
You didn't come here to keep it basic.
Peloton offers thousands of classes, from cycling and yoga to running and boxing, taught by instructors ready to motivate you 24/7. Motivation that moves you.
Thank you all for your patience out there. We're coming.
We're coming, we're coming. Just waiting for the ads. This is you gotta be kidding me.
That's bad, right?
Which one do you want, Nago or you want the jealous? Congo?
Aha, Suzuki no be Jincheng, JT no be Lukenga. You know me, another pretender. From start of the week to the weekend. Another eye for corner, footwork like power. If you get a mic, don't me. I want to get a yacht, done. Like
Sheep don't run with lion, snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long, got too much go to try on. Sheep don't run with lion, snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long, got too much go to try on.
Jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you come for me? Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava.
Oh, dogu, I beg me then talk, we go give them the action. I be the grandmaster, salute the commander. Hey, Otumba, Oga, Sadie, Chama, Mansa, Oba, Yaro, Kero.
Sheep don't run with lion, snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long, got too much go to try on. Sheep don't run with lion, snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long, got too much go to try on.
Jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you come for me? Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Aha, Suzuki no be Jincheng, JT no be Lukenga. You know me, another pretender. From start of the week to the weekend. Another eye for corner, footwork like power. If you get a mic, don't me. I want to get a yacht, done. Like
Sheep don't run with lion, snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long, got too much go to try on. Sheep don't run with lion, snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long, got too much go to try on.
Jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy,
jealousy. Don't you come for me. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava.
Oh, dogu. I beg me then talk, we go give them the action. I be the grandmaster, salute the commander. Hey, Otumba, Oga, Sadie, Chama, Mansa, Oba, Yaro, Kero.
Sheep don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Sheep don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you come for me? Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava.
Suzuki no be Jincheng, JTR no be Lukenga. You know me, another pretender. From start to the week to the weekend. I know they have for corner. Footwork like power. If you get the mic, don't me. I want to get a yacht done. Like
Sheep don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Sheep don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you come for me? Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava.
Oh, dogu. I beg me then talk, we go give them the action. I be the grandmaster, salute the commander. Hey, Otumba, Oga, Sadie, Chama, Mansa, Oba, Yaro, Kero.
Sheep don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Sheep don't run with lion. Snake don't swing with monkey. I can't talk for too long. Got too much go to try on. Jealousy, don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you jealous me? That's that jealousy. Don't you come for me? Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava. Baku, menu, yenko, ava.
Hey, thank you all. Aye, Baba. Aye, Baba. Thank you all. Chi-Town. What you say? What you say, Sam?
I said, that's how we do it in Chi-Town, baby.
Yes. You better know that. Oh, you better know that. Thank you all again. Whew, had to catch my breath. All right. Asheo. Chicago is here. We're gonna stay representing this legacy. We're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna keep it pushing forward. Enjoy the rest of this celebration from Mama Catherine Dunham. We love you all. Thank you. Hi, Bobo. Hi, Bobo. Thank you. Woo-hoo. Yeah. Woo.
The only way to try.
While both NetSuite and QuickBooks offer software design,
The Hayti Heritage Center is a place that functions to preserve and advance the heritage of the African American experience. We are here in the St. Joseph's AME Church, built in 1891, hence Haiti's 130th anniversary. This building was run as a church until it became the Haiti Heritage Center in 1975, and then registered as a National Historic Place in 1976. This building was the last building standing as a result of the City of Durham's urban renewal plan when Highway 147 was built through this community. And it's a special place to our community in terms of it being the last building standing from that prominent Haiti heyday. The programming here that happens on a regular basis happens as a result of the history the Haiti Heritage Center has created. I want to give some credit to the Blues Festival, which is what put the Haiti Heritage Center on the map for people all over the world. It has given rise to the Haiti Heritage Film Festival, the Jambalaya Soul Slam that happens every third Saturday here at the Haiti Heritage Center, as well as a Black American Music Series, the third Friday Art and Business Walk. What I love about Haiti, there's something that calls you here. Sometimes you can't put your finger on it, but you feel it. It's a spiritual thing. And I think that that would be along the lines of what a lot of people who feel called to this place would say about Haiti. They don't quite know what it is. It feels like it's more than a poetry slam. It feels like it's more than a film or, a concert. There's this thing that keeps calling you here. And it goes back to that family reunion vibe. You feel like you're coming home here at Haiti. And you feel like home is within you. Haiti reminds you of that.
My name is Dennis Lamont Gibson Jr., and this is my report on Catherine Dunham. She was given dancers for the Chicago World's Fair because of her unique style. One of her dances was so successful, that's why some parents gave their kids to Catherine to teach them how to dance. But before that happened, she couldn't get as many students as she did for the Chicago World's Fair. In fact, I think she had like 25. That wasn't really a lot, but I think for the Chicago World Fair, she had 150. And, well, she ran away from her father because she wouldn't even allow her to date even when she turned 13, even when she turned 18. And also, she had to keep moving as a child from one Dunham to another. When she started her dance group, she called it Ballet Negro, which is French for Negro ballet. I don't know if that's how you say Negro in French, but I just say it that way. And also, for the Chicago World Fair, there was like fun and games, but it was also like culture. It was celebrating our culture. She loved to go to Hati. She loved to go to Hati. She even had some Hatian friends. And even now, I'm not sure if she's still alive, but when she turned really old, she still loved dancing. In her teen years, I don't know how you say it, but there was this club that she started called the Eagle Eye Club. And in her teen years, she wanted to join this club. I don't know how you say it. And when she became an adult, she did audition for it, and she got in. She wanted to learn a Russian dance, but she never did. But she still loved dancing. Then, as a kid, she started a society called the Eagle Eye Club. Every girl that joined had like a I thought someone was laughing. Every girl, I think there were boys joining, I don't know. They had a wristband. They had a band on their head that was an eyeball. And so that went on for a few years, but after a few more years, the teachers just shut it down. They didn't like it. And for the Chicago World's Fair, I think it wasn't as successful, but it was successful. Her students weren't as successful, but they were successful. But when she started Ballet Negro the first time, it wasn't really successful. The students were disappointed. Catherine was disappointed. Her friends, Mark and Ruth, helped her start Ballet Negro, but they couldn't help her anymore. So, but she did become successful. She loved Tati. She went to the Caribbean. She was given a grant for her travel expenses. So that's how she was able to go to Haiti. Haiti. And while she was still with her father, he started a dry cleaning club. But when she was a baby, he used to play music so much. She loved it. And before she gave up on listening to it, she still wanted to listen to it. But all she heard was suing and fighting and crying. She moved with her brother Albert. She took classes at the University of Chicago. And she took anthropology classes, I don't know how you say it, to teach her students. She wanted to learn the roots of Africa while she was teaching them. So she was still learning and she was teaching. And some of the American dances actually come from Africa. So I think that's why we're called African American, because some of the dances, some dances tell stories, some dances tell songs, some dance is just everywhere. Dance like movement. So like how I'm moving my feet, like how she's rubbing her hand, like she's moving her phone, that's movement. Everything is movement. Everything is movement. And that's it.
International communication, form and function, and socialization through the arts. We are focusing on socialization through the arts. That is the theory that we are going to be focused on, that we are focused on. But form and function is always embedded in what we do, because we don't do anything just to do it. We start with breathing because breathing is essential to living. We all, living beings, breathe. I'm holding you accountable for knowing your body placement and maintaining the form, the actual positions that I asked you to maintain. So everyone that is sitting as I asked them to, you are applying what we know as form and function. Anyone who has to look around to figure out what they're supposed to be doing is not. Thank you, Sky, for doing what I asked. Mackenzie, join us, please. Crisscross your legs, Isaiah, and sit up straight. Lengthen your spine. Hold your hands in front of you or behind you. And we're going to breathe. 8 counts in through our nose. Relax your jaw. Release. Tongue at the top of the roof of your mouth. Release as you exhale. 2 times for 8, 2 times for 4, 2 times 2 counts each. In for 2, out for 2, and then we do 4 of the single count. Are we remembering that? But we don't drop our upper body. As we do it, we maintain our posture. Are we clear? do anything but doing what I'm asking. You listen and dance to the music. I'm not asking you to play music. Nyla, get your fingers here. 5, 6, ready, up tall. Here we go. Inhale. 2, 3. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Center 4, fall and recovery. So we have flat back, 2, 3, 4. Remember our flat back. Take our arms, invert them, round over, and plie, arms come up, swing, back to flat back, plie, fall, arms come up, plie, flat back, plie, uncurl your spine, back to straight. Are we good with that? Are we good with that? We'll do it one time. So we have plie. We're going to go forward on our flat back. We're going to plie, bring our arms, invert them. Fall, arms behind us. Lift through. Plie, arms behind us. And go on, curl your spine. Actually, let's do the arms first. So the arms are high, presentation. Invert, bring them back, bring them forward, bring them back, bring them forward, high presentation, do second, and down. So high, invert, pull them back, bring them forward, pull them back, bring them forward, open through second, and bring them down. Round 2, low presentation. Let's just get the arms. Okay, we good on that? All right, let's do that. Let's not do the fall and recover with our upper body. And let's go back to what we have been working on, our abdominals, our planks in place of our pressing. And then we'll get ready to do our single isolation and then our progression. Are we good? Question. If there is an emergency, a personal emergency that you have to attend to, you're not going to walk across anyone. You're going to go to the back. You're going to go to the side. You're going to go to the back. You're going to go out. You're going to come back in. You're going to get there without me noticing. All right, we're just doing our arms. You understand that?
Catherine Marie Dunham, innovator, revolutionary, nurturer, icon. Ms. Dunham's teachings and contributions extend far beyond the stage. Her accomplishments as a dancer, choreographer, anthropologist, educator, and author, world humanitarian, continue to inspire the world. My Dunham journey began at the age of 9 with the Catherine Dunham Center for the Performing Arts and Humanities, formerly known as the Performing Arts Center, Training Center in East St. Louis, Illinois, on the campus of Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, East St. Louis campus. It was there I learned the meaning behind the movement. Under the direction of Baba Theodore Jameson, Ms. Dunham's teachings became a way of life for me. Through her teachings, I was inspired to continue the legacy, to educate, to love, to share, to inspire. In 2004, I opened Pink's Academy of Dance in St. Louis, Missouri, sharing the love, the knowledge, and the passion with young students throughout the community. To this day, I currently travel the world teaching about Miss Catherine Dunham, inspiring others, educating others about her legacy and her teachings. On this day, we celebrate her birthday. We honor her, we cherish her, we love her. Ashe, Asheo.
I go. Let me now introduce the musicians that have accompanied the presentation and the celebration of Dr. Catherine Dunham's birthday. I am Toya Chinflu. I'm a third-year candidate of the Dunham Teaching Certification Program. Accompanying me today for our class experience with these young dancers who are becoming very new to the Bashir Shakur as our lead musician. And accompanying him today is Anthony Alfred, who is a masterful musician in his own right and an awesome performer in his own right as well. So we thank you for this time and opportunity to celebrate. For this camp, again, Dr. Catherine Dunham created 3 theories. She has theories that support her dance technique, her codified dance technique: form and function, intercultural communication, and socialization through the arts.
Monsieur Blancamoin, Catavio Blancamoin. Famille Blancamoin, Mesdames Blancamoin, non tout c'est la terre. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. C'est la terre. Monsieur Blancamoin, mesdames yo Blancamoin. Famille yo Blancamoin, famille yo Blancamoin, non tout c'est la terre. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, Haiti Blancamoin, pays à Blancamoin. C'est à Blancamoin, la couille au Blancamoin, toutes ces mots la terre. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Today is a day of celebration, celebrating the 113th birthday of dance legend Catherine Dunham. I'm coming to you from my home in Georgia, and I'm a little bit south of Atlanta, in a little town called Moreland. And so I'm inviting you in my home so we can have an hour and a half of Dunham technique. Throughout the day, we've seen different things about her, recordings, testimonials, some classes in different genres. So we're gonna go to Dunham technique. I'm gonna try to give you as much as I can in an hour and a half. There's so much to cover, but we'll make it work. We'll have some fun. And so what we're gonna do is, well, I don't want to talk too much about myself or Miss Catherine Dunham, because I think everybody knows by now. If you did not, from the beginning of the day, there was a lot said about how a great artist she was, person she was, and activist she was. Maybe not so much so that we didn't talk a lot about that. Yes, she was an activist and really on the forefront for the human rights. So, and myself, I'm Rachel Tavernier. I'm coming to you from Haiti via New York, and now in Georgia. I studied with Catherine Dunham and a few of the masters, former members of our original companies, Tammy Gomez, Lucille Ellis, Benoit Higgins, and many different people, Tali Beatty. So I started, and I was in Haiti, so I studied here in the United States with her, and also back home in Haiti. So I was certified, not certified, I was named a master teacher by her, personally by her, and also was certified by IDTC, which is the Institute for Dunham Technique Certification. And I've been teaching the technique since I think the 2000, but I started in the early 80s, my training in Dunham technique. So we're gonna go directly to the class. And what's a little funny is, well, it's not funny, it's just like different today, because usually I teach on Zoom, but I always have the screens and I see my little cube, my little squares of people, and I can go and give feedback, directions, corrections. But here, since it's live stream, I cannot, because I only see myself. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna demonstrate first, and then I'm gonna do it again with you. So I'm gonna be as clear as I can and go through details, so everybody. So what is also my concern is that I cannot see, so I don't know if people are doing the wrong thing and in really risking injury and stuff. So what I'm gonna say is, you know your body. If there's any issues, injuries, you may modify. If you feel that something is too hard, modify for your own body, for your own safety. All right, so we're gonna start as we usually start, not always, but we want to start with breathing. That exercise of breathing, really, the goal is for the dancer to center itself, to really feel the energy working in the body, for a slow beginning of the class, and to feed the body with, taking in oxygen, and also what we want to imagine that we're taking in all the positive, and with the inhaling, and then with the exhaling, we exhale all the negative. So that might be, anything that you can relate to, apply to the situation. I want to see if you see my feet and my arms. My arms are not very visible. All right, so we're gonna stand in what we call a Dunham first, which is feet parallel apart, but no wider than the hips. So that would not be a Dunham first. That's way too wider than my hips. So just under my joint. So right there, the width of my pelvis. So that's our Dunham first. So try to stay in that position and not adjust. If you have to adjust for some reason, physical reason, just do so, but don't open it too wide. My hands are gonna be in low presentation, to start. Then we're gonna go through middle presentation and to high presentation. Then to Dunham second. And not straight out, the arms are slightly bent at the elbow. So slightly angular, not as rounded as in ballet, slight angle here. So low, middle, high, Dunham second. So we're gonna go through a pas de bras as we're doing the breathing. So we're gonna start on straight leg, then we're gonna add a plie. And when you do a plie, you make sure that your knees are aligned with your toes. All right, don't let them just fall in, or don't roll out where your knees go parallel, like we have a railroad track, 2 lines parallel in front of you. All right, so we're gonna inhale 8 counts through the nose, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, using belly breath. All right, so don't use the upper chest to breathe in and out. Just relax the belly, let the air flow down to the bottom of your lungs. And then when you exhale, you squeeze the belly in to chase the air out. So 8 counts, then we're gonna go 4 counts. I will prompt you, and maybe 2 counts, all right? So if we might just do 8 counts and then 4 counts, or even, yeah, let's start with 4 and then we go to 2, all right? And then when there's a plie, I will prompt you plie, and then when we start the arm, I will tell you. So that's pretty easy to follow along. So let's start by standing straight with what we call the neutral spine, the neutral pelvis. So you drop the tailbone and you lift the front of your pelvis. You're gonna hear me say zip up or zip down. So zip up is like you have a zipper and you pull it up, or zipper back and then you pull it down. So to obtain the neutral pelvis, all right? So nothing sticking out. And make sure that your weight is not into your heels. Keep your weight over the arches of your feet, or maybe on the front of the foot more than on the heels. And this throughout the class. Pull upward to have an elongated body. All right, but be planted in the ground. Let me get a good tempo for that. Let's do this one. I think it's gonna be perfect. So we are in Dunham first with the feet. In low presentation with the arms, all fingers together, and slightly cupped. All right. So we're gonna inhale 4, exhale 4. Check where your weight falls. Drop your zip up and zip down. Close your ribcage. Open your heart. Drop the shoulders. Level chin. Away. Go. In, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. To your mat. Inhale in your nose. Exhale. about breathing throughout. Even I say, you know, when I start talking about the stuff, people tend to just forget about breathing. Now we're gonna do some roll downs and up just to warm up the back and the back of the leg. So just watch. We're gonna stand again in Dunham first. No wider than hips. I'm gonna turn so you can see me profile. We're gonna roll down on 8 counts. Relax arms starting with the head. So not tilting forward. Keep the body straight up. And then start with the head and continue curving, curving, curving. Now when the body, you cannot anymore without staying straight here, you let go of the pelvis and you add a plie and you continue plie. 5, and it's all relaxed here. 6, 7, 8. We're gonna roll up 8 counts. 1, stay plie, 2, 3, 4, and when your pelvis is about to be straight, you come up out of your plie. 6, 7, 8. Again, 1, 2, just watch. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Make sure you're not sitting in your heels. Keep your weight forward. Relax the back of the neck. 2. Relax everything. 4, 5, 6. So it's 2 times. Now next thing is same beginning. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plie. 5, 6, 7. You're gonna stay down. Stretch your legs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plie. 6, 7. Stretch again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plie. 6, 7, 8. Roll up 8 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Repeat. So we roll down and do 2 stretch plie, come up. 2 times. Third thing. 1, 2, same beginning. 3, 4 plie, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're gonna bring your arms. Remember we just did the inverted low presentation, but this time it's gonna be a little longer. You see? Instead of being here, I'm gonna just be longer. So from here, I'm gonna place my arm, lift my chest, and go to a flat back. Right here. So that position is the same position here. So I'm not there, I'm just in the same position, long neck, crown of the head, shooting out. It's like a beam of light, I always say, shooting out the crown of your head and out of your sacrum. Like pulling you long, all right? Don't squeeze the shoulder blades. Don't sink in the tummy, all right? Support the tummy so you can be safe in the lower back. I'm not contracting. I'm just supporting my lower back by engaging my lower abs right here. See my arms along my body inverted. Then that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Relax down. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we're gonna roll up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Twice. So first time, nothing. Just roll down, plie, roll up, plie, roll down, plie, roll up, plie. Second thing, roll down, plie, stretch your knees, plie, stretch your knees, plie, come back up twice. Then roll down and 2, stay in plie, find your flat back, relax down, stretch your knee, relax down and roll up. Let me see my counts for this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, flat. 2, 3, 4, down. 6. Do it one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roll up. So give me 2 flat backs, and then roll up 8. All right, let's try that. I'm gonna keep the same. I think that was a good tempo. Yeah. That's another one. Yeah. Then first, one turn. Relax. 6, 7, up straight. Roll down. 1, 2. It's slow as your weight. 4. Yes, slowly. 8. Up. 6.
Relax now. 6, 7, 8. Back up. Go too high. Keep your feet and relax. 6, 7, roll up and down. Go. Curl that back. Curl that back. Stop the breathing. 6, 7, 8. Check it out. What's on? All right. So I'm just gonna count 8, but not stop. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 6, 7. Come back up. 2, 4, 8. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and up. 6. Back and forth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Relax down. 6, 7, 8. Roll up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more time and down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and flat back. 2, 3, 4. Relax. 6, 7, 8. Flat back. 2, 3, 4. Relax. Roll it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stay there. Fix everything. Think. Feel your body. Know where you are. One of the philosophies of the Dunham technique is self-knowledge. So know your body. Know where you are in space. How your body is in space. Neutral pelvis. Close rib cage. Open heart. Drop shoulders. Level chin. Legs no wider than the hips. Check it out. All right. Good. So I'm starting to sweat. I hope everybody's getting warm. All right. Because we don't want any pulled muscle, anything. We want to be nice and warm. Let's go to quick isolations. I'm going to show you again and then I'll do it with you. So isolation. We know what isolate means. So we're going to move the head, just the head. So don't let the rest of your body participate. No arms moving, no shifting of weight. Just again, we are in Dunham first. By the way, this position used to be called open parallel. But we realized that most of the exercise, center floor, let's say, and some at the bar, but mostly center floor, start in this position, and we call it Dunham first because it's like the base of most of the exercise, center floor. And what we call open parallel now, it's from close parallel, open slightly about an inch or so, can be a little more depending on yourself, because I'll tell you why. That's two purposes. Some of our exercises, that's the best position to start with, like when we are in Dunham fourth, which is the only position in Dunham that we call where not one foot is flat and the other one is not. The other one is on the ball of the foot. So it's the position of the beginning of some exercises. Also for physical purpose, shape of body, balance issues. So if you don't feel comfortable balance-wise in a close parallel, you're allowed to go to open parallel. if you are not kneed and there's no way to have your legs fully straight with your feet together, you allow. If you have huge bunions where it's not comfortable, you allow. If you have thicker muscles on the thighs, you allow to find for your own body the position that is the best and where you are going to be to your maximum, your optimum. All right? So even sometimes when I say close parallel, you allow to choose for yourself to go to open. All right? So that you will open. So down first, widen the hips. All right, so we're gonna start with the head. We're gonna lower the head and lift the head. Now, when you lower, I want you to think about not just dropping the chin. You are dropping the chin, but I want you to use another way of thinking about it, but by just thinking of stretching the back of the neck. Okay, so when I lower, I stretch the back, and then when I lift the head, lift my chin, my head goes back, but I'm thinking stretching the front of my neck, not dropping in the back. All right, not very good for your vertebrae. So stretch the front. So you see, I can still put my hand behind my neck, and I'm there, and I'm stretching upward. So everything is going up instead of crunching everything down. Same thing side, I'm thinking about stretching the opposite side. You can think about your ear to your shoulder, but for me, it's most effective when I think I'm stretching the opposite side. Make sure the body doesn't go with it. Okay, so we're gonna go. This is the pattern. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So a little double down at the end. All right? So 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, double 5, 6, 7, 8. Same thing, turning, right and left. So it will be 5, 6, 7, 8. Same thing, tilting and stretching, right and left. And then the end is 5, 6, 7, 8. From here, we're gonna just drop and do half circle. 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna do the half circle. You can do it with your face forward, focus forward with a tilt or with a profile. So today we're gonna do it with a profile. So I'm here, and then 1, profile, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right? Then we're not gonna do circles today. I'm gonna go straight to the shoulder. It's gonna go up, down, 3, 4, and then 2 with both. 4. Then 2 circle back, 2 circle back, 4 together. 2 circle front, 2 circle front, 4 together. All right, then I'm gonna open my arms. So I'm gonna cross my hands, flat, Dunham hands, open to Dunham second, and then I'm gonna go right shoulder, left shoulder, right shoulder, left shoulder. We're just gonna alternate, and then I'm with double the time, and I will prompt you for the speed here. Right after that, we're gonna go to Dunham, low presentation. Remember, beginning was here. Now we go to low presentation, not too close. Right here, elbows out. We're gonna do the rib cage. Same rhythmic patterns as the head. Now we're gonna go front back. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Double 5, 6, 7, 8. Like a little pulse. Same thing sideways. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. Double, double. Then we're gonna do half circle front, half circle front, half circle front, half circle front. Okay? Actually, yes. So that was what we did with the head. So you're going to go front. We're not going back today. We're going to make a fist, plie, invert. To do the pelvis, same pattern. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Double, double. Same thing side. Left, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, double, double. Try not to shift your weight or let your leg go. Just really isolate, 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 isolate. I don't have a very great range of motion, but I hope you can see, all right? Just scoop it down and keep your plie. Also, I'm going to show you, you're going to see this is my plie, probably lower. I have very short Achilles. So when you see my plie, don't think that that's what you should do. You do wherever your body can go, as deep as you can go with your body correctly placed. All right? All right, let's try that. Head, shoulders, not knees and toes. Head, shoulders, rib cage, and pelvis. First, everything in place. Close, drop, relax arm. 5, 6, head, and 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, 6. Now 4 times straight. 1, 2, keep on your double, double, and 2, 3, and 4. 5. Drop the shoulders. Now 4 times. 1, 2, double, slow double. Now 2, 1, 2, 3, and 5, 6. Drop those arms. You have weight on your heels. Open up. Half circle. Down and over. Down and over. Give me 4 more. Then you're going to take your shoulders up and down, right side, left side. Don't swing the arms out. Both 4 times. You're going to roll the right shoulder back and left. Both 4 times. Cross the arms and open your arms. Double time. Double that. Go presentation. Rib cage. Front. 5 and 6. Up. Tap. Tap. Tee up. 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 4 times straight. Through. 3. Double front. Up. Up. Double back. Side to side. Up. Up. Knee up. 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 Side up. And 4. And 2. And 3. Double right. Push. 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 Half circle right. Half circle left. The elbows out. 4 more. Place your weight correctly. Plie. And punch up. And 2, 3, and 4. 5. Stay plie. Through 4 times. 2, 3. Double front. Up. Up. And back. Side to side. Up. Stay plie. Up. 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 4 times straight. Double right. Half circle right. And left. Right. 1 more. Then we're gonna do circles with the head. The head. When you finish this. All right. Circle with the head. Right. Amen. 4 times. Left side. Push the shoulders down. Stretch that leg. Rib cage. Other side. Gonna plie with the pelvis. Other side. Gonna do the head. Double the time. 1 time. Let's do, because of what's following, let's do a little bit of what we call spinal articulation. So we have in spinal articulation, it's a strength of exercises. There's one part that we call sequential contraction, where you are in a flat back and then you contract different part of your torso at the time. So you start with the pelvis, you do the pelvis by itself, then you add, let's say, the middle back to your pelvis, then you add the upper back to the middle back and the pelvis, and then at the end you add the head and you have a big contraction. All right, so we're gonna start one first again. We're gonna plie and go into a flat back. 6, 7, 8. We're gonna contract the pelvis. 1, 2. It's not gonna be big because of the position of the flat back and the plie. So as much as you can, curl your tailbone down, lift your lower abs. All right, it's like you're squeezing, like Miss Penny said, you're squeezing your belly button to your spine. Okay, so contract 1, 2, go back to your flat back. Do not arch by releasing in the belly. Remember, you have to be supported at all times. So you do it twice. Then you're gonna add to your pelvis, you're gonna add your middle back. So it's gonna go up to here. And nothing moves from the top. Contract, and then you're gonna let go twice. Then you're gonna add the upper back, so it's gonna go up to the shoulders. Your head is gonna stay. Contract, flat back, twice. Then you're gonna add the head. Contract, and release. When I say release, not release. Go back to your flat back, twice. Actually, this one we gave a name to. We called it the inchworm because it mimics the way an inchworm. If you ever seen how an inchworm moves, so they curl the body and they go straight, and that's how they move forward. Curl the body and move straight. So it's like we call it an inchworm. So after this, we're gonna do what we call a ripple. A ripple is like a body roll, but if you picture a sound wave or light wave or wave, it would be a low frequency wave. That's your ripple. Then we're gonna do undulation. It's like a bigger frequency wave. That's undulation. So when you do your ripple, your head barely participates. So you always start at the base of your spine. So the pelvis and the sacrum, that's what start. So you contract and you let it roll through your spine and you go straight out to your flat back and you contract and you roll out straight. So your head is not gonna go up and down. There's gonna be, you're gonna feel a little, because everything is attached. Your head cannot be really, really immobile, static there. So there's gonna be a little breath of a movement, barely. Then we're gonna do the undulation, which is deeper. So you go here, and then that's a release where you arch a little bit in the back, and then you let your head float back, and here, and float back. And I said, float back. Now, when you get to the undulation, all right, sometimes we ride it where you
it's going to be natural for you to get out of your plie and then release down. But I want you to, if it happens, fine. But and if you need to, it's fine. But if you could today, stay in your plie and then do your undulation without getting out of your plie. And then remember, you start in your pelvis. That's where your undulation is going to start, your ripple is going to start, your first contraction. So we're going to have sequential contraction, 2 pelvis, 2 pelvis middle back, 2 pelvis middle back, upper back, 2 full contraction, which is my inchworm, pelvis, middle back, upper back, head. Thank you, sis. All right, 2. Then we're going to do ripple, 2. So ripple is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, undulation, 2, 3, 4, undulation, 2, 3, 4, roll up, 2, 3, 4, low presentation. All right, short and sweet. Let's try. Watch where your weight is. When you plie, make sure you don't dip. All right, straight out, straight out. Plie flat back, hands on the knees. 6, 7, pelvis contract. Stretch it out. Contract, squat the lower abs. Stretch squat. Contract, middle back. Stretch it out. Middle back, bring your pelvis. Add your upper back. Contract. Keep your head still. Contract. Now each foot at the head. Contract. Stretch it out. Contract. Ripple. Contract. Pull out. Again. Contract. Pull out. Undulation. Contract. Pull. Or out. Contract. Pull out. Undulation. Pull up. So we're gonna go half, point, half, down, 2, 3, boom, 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 left, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, very easy, 7, 8, don't kick it out, just lift, push the floor away from you. Now, we're gonna change, we're gonna do, changing the tempo, the accent is gonna be down, and down, and down, and down, and down, and down, and down, up the 1, boom, boom, beep, beep, boom, boom. Plie, stretch, easy ballet that we call, so you don't go crazy like in ballet, turn out, just a natural, like a wide V. Same thing. So if you mess up, every 8 counts, you switch legs, so you can catch up the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tira ta ta tira, tita ta ta tira, plie, t t t, stretch, t t t, parallel, boom, we're done. Short, all right.
think about your placement, right? Think about you know, the alignment, where your weight falls. So don't sit on your heels, pull upward, working around the axis. So pull, running down your body, and you work around. All right, so it's okay. Open parallel with me. Here we go. And 1, 2, 3, 4, upward, 5, 6. Round and tall, other leg. 1, 2. Put your shoulders down, tall and flat. Next one. Roll your feet up. Push the floor up the floor. Other side. That's what you do when you jump. Push the floor up. Away from it. And 1, 2. Hold it there. Side. Roll. Make sure that's sinking. All right, so let's do a little warm up for this area. All right, so we're gonna do a mix of 2 Dunham exercises, signature exercises. We do at the bar, so we're not using the bar today. But if you have trouble holding balance, because we're going to be on one leg, if you have a chair next to you, a wall, a table, a banister, a portable bar, just grab something if you need it. If not, your arms are going to be in Dunham second, and that's your source of balance. Apart from, pulling up and all the good thing, your arms are very, very important. It's like when you see, the people who walk on the rope, funambule, I don't know in English how you walk, tightrope, on the tightrope. They have that long bar that they hold for balance. Well, think about your arms serving the purpose, okay, of helping with your balance. So you lift from under your arm, okay? The lift is here, but the pressure is down at the same time. So counter pressure. And your arms are pressing down, not just hanging there, pressing down the whole time. So we're gonna start to prepare. So this is one I would ask you to start from open parallel, about an inch, could be more, but you don't want it less. So you're gonna slide the foot back, and you are on the ball of foot. Now watch this one. You don't want this to happen. You see how I shifted my weight? Now I have weight on my back leg. I can act, if I say lift my leg, no way I would have to go back to be able to lift. So keep your weight on the front leg and slide the back. Make sure it's not buckled in the back. As long a back leg as you can give me. Now don't if you are hyperextended, do not over press back, okay? So if you know that you have an hyperextended knee, you pull from the front. You think about lifting and pulling up this way. That's gonna help, all right? Standing leg is very important. So you plie on the front leg. That's all you do, plie, stretch. You heard me, plie stretch, not just pat, not pulse. It's going to be plie stretch on the front leg. As you plie, back heel goes down. If it's not touching the ground, it's because your foot is probably too far, adjust. All right? And you are on your axis again, so your torso, body without the legs just go down and up on the same plane. Okay, so there's no shift, down and up. Okay, so we're gonna go 1 and 2 and 3, lift to get the lift. 1 TD, 2 TT, T, lift. This is a long attitude, this is a short attitude. When you lift, your standing leg cannot be buckled. You pull, again, upward as much as you can, so you press from under. It's not a kick, it's a lift. Together, switch. That's the transition. So you press down, heel press 3 times. 1 and 2 and 3. From the 3, the leg presses up. Up, I'm pulling up. And it's parallel. Together, up. 1, T, T, 2, T, T, 3, T, T, and switch. Okay? Now you're gonna do leg swings, parallel, front and back, but we're gonna start back. So we're gonna go back, front, hold, extend, flex, bring it down, prepare, and the whole thing from the left. 1 and 2 and 3, lift together, lift and press those arms, and 2, lift, and 3, T, 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 hold, and back, and front, and back, and front, back. My timing is not good. Yes, we're gonna go slow. So it's slow. Ah, ta ta, ti ta, ta ta, ti ti, ta ta, ti da, ta ta, and boom. Remember not to sit back, not to go too far. Adjust if your heel is not reaching the floor, it's too far. Make sure you're not tilting in the pelvis, neutral pelvis. Okay? So on this side, when you have the neutral pelvis, you're working your flexors. Okay? So don't let it loose here. Boom. No weight. Here we go. Remember, it's 3 heel presses, switch legs, switch legs. Don't rush. Hello? Because I just realized that with that tempo, your leg swing would be way too slow. So instead of doing the back and front and back and forth, we're gonna cut time here and do 8 swings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we're gonna slow down, extend. Okay? So what music-wise, I'm gonna count the movement at the beginning. I'm gonna say 1 and 2, 3, lift together. When we get to leg swings, I'm gonna count the music. I'm gonna say 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 5. This is the movement too, but my count is gonna be quicker to go to the music as opposed to counting the slow movement. All right? I hope everybody gets what I'm saying here. All right, here we go. Remember, the 8th one is gonna stay, not bounce. Okay, if it bounces, it's because you are kicking. Okay, low kick, lift from under the top. Slide your leg back, then up 4, 6, 7, here we go. 1, and 2, and lift, and back. You know that this is control, lift, enlarge your swing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Shake it out. Take a breath. Take a sip of water if you need to. I didn't bring mine. Five more seconds. Water. 10. All right. All right. If you pull the chair or the bar, portable bar or anything, put it away. Make sure you have enough room around you. We're gonna try, because the thing again, I don't see your space. I don't know how big your space is. So mine is kind of narrow and long. We've taught classes where people had like a handkerchief space and they made it work, and we made it work. So what I'm gonna say to you, if I do anything going forward, I'm gonna try to go far. And you see me going forward like with 8 steps. But you know that you don't have room for 8 steps. So you can have 2 choices. Either do 4 in place and the last 4 traveling, or the reverse. You go 4 traveling and the last 4 in place. You have the choice to mitigate your space. Okay? So I'm trying to not go too far. So the first thing we're gonna do is, because we want to do some moving, and then I want to work on 2 Haitian steps, not long, just a little brief. If you had Haitian before, you know them. I'm going to do a little bit of Yanvaru, a little bit of Igbo. So Yanvaru is more like a praise dance to Dambala, which is represented by snake. So the movement is in the body. That's why I warmed up the spine. It's undulating. The second one, Igbo, is more like a warrior dance, a freedom dance, where the image that you have with the movement is that you are chained, and same thing in shackled. And then the movement is representing the breaking of the chains, and even in the legs is the breaking of the chain of your shackle. Okay, so that's Igbo in Haiti, and the movements are sharper. Okay, when the 2 different quality of movements, a fluid, sinuous movement, and a sharp, like strong movement. For the Yanvalu in Haiti, there's different Yanvalus. There's Yanvalus épaule, so there's a fast Yanvalu, there's a slow one. I'm gonna do a slow Yanvalu, and think about it as a healing movement for now, and as a praise movement. So I want it to be not like flashy Yanvalu. All right, so it's like a Yanvalu that you see in the temple, which is more, it's quieter than what you would see on stage. All right, so for the feet, we're gonna go step together. Okay, so we're gonna go step together, step together, step together, step together, back, 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 side, together, side, together. That's the feet. 1 and touch. 1 and touch. 1 and touch. 1, step back. Back and 2 and 3 and 4. Side, together, side, together. So for you're moving forward, the first one, step together, make it small. Okay? Not too big if you don't have step. And then same thing, so if by chance you travel a lot with the first one, make sure you travel back the same side so you can get back to where you started. So body goes, let me do it sideways. So your hands on your knees. So think about the hand as the head of the snake. Okay? Right here. And you stay there. You're gonna stay as plié, as low as you can. We have what we call Untitled Chapter, which is even lower, where I cannot squat. So when you are doing it, I have to be like this to squat, but here in parallel, and you go across the floor and your back is still undulating. So one of our teachers who was in Catherine Dunham's company used to teach at the seminars, and he was in his 80s, almost 90s, where he used to do the Untitled Chapter all the way crouched and going across the floor like nothing. And us, the younger, we were like, what? Trying, and then halfway down, the legs are giving, oh my God, it's burning. And he was like, what is happening? And he was so tiny, so cute, little old man. He was so cute. So let's do this. So we're gonna be here, and your back is gonna go 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1. Remember where your contraction comes. We did it in flat back. Always with pelvis, and it rolls up your back. With the pelvis, roll up out your back. And here, you're not gonna hold your head. So we're not doing a ripple. We're doing more like a bigger ripple. It's not a big, huge undulation. It's a body roll, and your head is just gonna, don't force the head. The head is gonna be the result of the energy coming up your spine from your pelvis. And then the head is gonna respond to that, okay? Don't throw it back, okay? So for the arms, so it's 1 together, 2 together, 3 together, 4 together. Now when you're going back, you're gonna go back. So I'm stepping back with my, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. My right leg is gonna go back, and my left arm is gonna go forward. It's like an offering, like you're taking it and offering. And you can even go past your heart and offering the 4. Now when you go side to side, your arms are just gonna undulate to the side. Remember that hula. Tida, 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 tada, tida, tada, tida. Let's go back. Tida, 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 tada, and side, and side. Repeat, all right? So let's do this 3 times. So by the time we do the 3rd time, 6, for the 4th time, you're gonna take your right leg, cross it over, but we're gonna go opposite. And the same arm that we had, we're gonna do, in the music, we don't have the break with the drums, but we're gonna do a casse. So you're gonna go tida, tida. So your arm's gonna here and push it forward. And your leg is just gonna go forward, 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 and forward. Okay? We 7, 8, and then we're gonna go circle. Okay? Circle, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3. Ta, ta. Repeat the last part. So we did 3 times. So that's the end of the 3rd time. Then you're gonna cross over to the left with the right leg. 1, 2, push it. 4, a little stronger here. 5, 6, go around. Let's go around this way, the same way we were, like if we were doing another one, but keep going. 1, 2, 3, side, side, left leg this way. 1, 2, yeah, it makes more sense. Makes more sense. Repeat again, last time, last part. We finish. Boom, 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 boom. All right? To the left with the right leg. Around. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now keep going around. 1, 2, 3. Side, side. 1, 2, 3. Side, side. Okay, for the side, side, your arm can do whatever you want. Okay,
I'm not giving you specific arms for the side at the end. Okay, let's try. See, that's where I need to say, any questions? It's really slow. So feel it from inside, okay? You want it to feed your soul. Remember, Dunham technique, mind, body, and spirit, or soul. Here we go.
Whoa.
Roll that back.
Apadambala.
Roll back.
Oi.
Side to side.
Apadambala.
Beginning.
Apadambala, dambala. On connaît mes petits tout papa. Apadambala, dambala. C'est où à protéger moi, papa. Oh. Apadambala.
Back.
Oh.
Side to side.
Apadambala.
Cross it.
Joue pour lever. Le travail.
Around.
Soleil à fin couché. Le travail. The song says that the Haitian people are proud people.
Breathe.
They worship Dambala and the other spirits, and they ask them for their help, for their support, for their love.
All right.
I would like to offer.
So that was a little snippet of your Yavalu. So là, let's do Igbo. Feel the rhythm. All right, so we're gonna start with an easy step. So you're gonna, the whole time, just relax in the knees, and then you're gonna go like you're dragging your leg, flat-footed, but double the time. So it goes. All right, that's your feet. All right, so we're gonna go. Put your hands right here. You're gonna roll your shoulders back. So we have different arms for this, but I like that one. So you're gonna go. Okay, so you're gonna go 8 forward, and then you do an about face, and well, not like in the mirror. You just turn sharply and go back where you came from. And then for this one, you're gonna go like this. So forward, 5, 6, 7, 8, and face back. Go back to your corner again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in place. So here you're gonna finish it. So instead of going back here, 5, 6, 7, 8, your second one when you go back, you're gonna stay in place. 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're gonna do the Igbo basics move. You're gonna go open, close, open, close, open, close, close. Now you add to it. You go 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. 1 and 2. So the first one, you're not moving your standing leg. You're just opening this one and closing. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna flex your foot, not forcibly, Just natural foot. Lift, do a little around with it, not big. You could, if you go on stage and for choreo sake, you can even do that, but we staying to the basics. So you're just gonna go out, together, out, find your position, together, out, parallel, together 4 times. Now we're gonna add a step in between. 1, 2, 1 step, 2, 1 step, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3 with your feet. Your body is gonna be doing this the whole time, like, okay? Now, if you can, you're gonna add a little break in the chest and back, okay? Your head is not gonna be contained. You're just gonna let it follow the movement of your body. Okay, so when I do this, my head is naturally does that if I don't hold it. If I hold it, my body can go, my head doesn't move. I'm holding. If I'm not holding my head, it's just gonna bob a little bit. You tilt it over, okay? As much as you can, stay there, okay? If you get tired, like in your thighs, you can come up a little bit. All in plie. Do not get out of your plie. So beginning again, 1 and 2 and 3, 4, 5, 6, and back, and 1, 2, mix it up, 5, 6, turn it around, again, back, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, in place, 3, or we can turn in place, 1, 2, let's turn, it's going to be even better, 6, 7, touch, 8, because you want to open with the right, and then 1 and 2, so it's going to be 1, 2, see how heavy, 5, 6, so let's do this, like, I still have my shackles, do they do shackles for feet and arms? Sis, shackle for arms too, or just feet, I don't know. So chain in the, you're still here but loose, okay? Like, okay, heavy, my situation. Now it's building up. Now I'm in rage and I want to break my chain. That's when I'm gonna add the arms and it's gonna go break my chain, come back, break my chain. So you have a fist, when you break, you're gonna open, your hands are gonna straight open up, come back, and then it's gonna be ha, 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 ha. And this one is more like it's building up the rage, and boom. So what I want to do here is for you to put a story behind that little combo of Ibo. Put a story, you know, I just said, building up the rage, breaking the chain. But before that, put a story where it says why you bring in rage, why you want to break your chains. Because your chains don't have to be real, concrete, physical chains. It could be situations of your life that are pulling you down, and they are, you feel like you're chained and imprisoned by them. So put a story into it and live the little combo. Make it live. Make it like a piece of art, like a statement for today of liberation. Now remember the title of this Dunham, not for today, for the Dunham week. All right, Haiti, Dunham, liberation. Okay, so let's do this again. 5, 6, 7, 8, roll the shoulders, 3, 4, we can even do here, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 4, back, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have to be, it's still pulling down, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I'm in my chain, I don't like it, and ha, pa, 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 and go back in your chain. Now let's do it side by side, side. No, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go front to that corner here and that corner here. Okay? So you can do corner second time. The first time, stay facing. So the second time you do it, when you add the arm and the body, you can face whichever direction of the room
you want. But it has to be the strongest point of your combo. And the softest one is the very first one. Even that, still, but it's all like you're thinking about life. And you seen yourself chained, and you don't want it again, no more. And you back in the day trying to pull you down again, and you say, not anymore. All right, let's try this. Ibo. Let's see the tempo first for the movement. See that? 5, 6, 7, 8.
Sa mole Brasile mole que be sutale sa mole Brasile mole que be sutale sa mole.
All right. So that would be the time for me to come to my little square on Zoom and look at the class do it. So I'm just gonna be here. You're gonna do it. I'm not gonna see you. I'm gonna imagine you. All right? I'm gonna picture my brothers and sisters. Bring forth their creativity, their emotions, all right, into this little combo. All right, let's go to the beginning. I'll give you the 5, 6, 7, 8. For Miss Dunham. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roll those shoulders. And back. Roll those shoulders. Roll the rib cage. And front. Heavy. Life is heavy. Around. Ebo. I'm in chain. Oh no. Let me be free. Ebo. Break loose. Calm down. Breathe. Go back to your corner. We're going to do it one more time. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. And make sure you bounce in your plie. And back. Mix it up. Roll the shoulder. The rib cage. And a one. Shoulder. Ebo! Break loose! In chain! No more! And break loose! Now freestyle! Freestyle!
Yo, va manger de la quitte soa, sans principal. Yo, va manger de la quitte soa, sans principal.
All right. So that was a little aperçu, a little taste for anybody that never had Dunham before. So I tried to give you a little bit of, content, a little bit of her technique, exercises we do center floor to warm up, a few exercises that we do at the bar or not at the bar. And in the technique, there's also the cultural aspect where we learn dances from let's say from Haiti, from Cuba, Brazil, West Africa. So we learn the rhythm, we learn the dances. So today I chose to do 2 from Haiti. All right. So it's always part of the Dunham experience. Miss Dunham went to the Caribbean and studied at first. Then she made her way to other parts of the world and added to her technique. Like she was involved interested in martial arts. So there's a position of the hand, the flat hand, that come from martial art and movement that are inspired by martial arts. And so that's how. So those dances, like let's take for example Haiti. When she went to Haiti, she learned dances, and she really studied extensively. And her thesis was les danses d'Haïti, the dances of Haiti. That's what her thesis was. And so what she did when she started to utilize it to create her technique after she had the company, and then she realized that her dancers who were trained in different styles needed to be, their body needed to be trained to be able to do those new dances that she had learned. Like we have an extensive exercise in pliés in second position to really work on strengthening the legs, because there's a lot of jumps, elevation, barrel turns, all kind of jumps in Dunham technique. So they had to be strong in the legs. They had to be able to isolate a lot, and that's why we have she's the one who took isolation and made it an exercise for the dance class. Well, we had she didn't invent isolation. Like when you go around the world, like you have, all kind of isolations in the pelvis and all that. But as an exercise for the classroom, she is the one who introduced that. So when you go to your jazz class and you say isolation, nobody ever think, where did that come from? And nobody will tell you. Or some people will not tell you. They don't want you to know. So that's where it came from. And so she took those dances, but she realized that she could not take them raw from the people from which she learned it, and bring it to the stage in the United States at first. Then it became Europe in their raw form, and have them accepted right away. So she found a way to kind of modified certain movements to make them more palatable for the 30s, and even the rhythm were a little bit, work on to be able to fit into what her dream and what she wanted to bring to the audience, but stay as authentic as she could and represent those peoples well. And I think she did a fabulous job. And because when you go there, you don't just study the movement. You know where it came from, why it is done, and then we apply the form and function, and which rhythm is played for it, and you learn the rhythms, and it's the whole, she brings in the whole culture, just not one movement, which is very noble and admirable. And some people don't appreciate, I guess they don't appreciate because they're ignorant about, not ignorant as a person, but ignorant about the subject. And then you can hear people say, oh, she stole this and she stole. No, she didn't steal it. She put it in the forefront. She made it known to the world that this exists, that culture exists, that culture is worthy of the state, that culture is worthy of being, known by everyone, not something that you hide and you don't talk about and you look down upon. That's what she did, all right? So she didn't steal anything from anybody. She's always said, this is this, it came from there, it is done for this purpose, by this people, with this rhythm, with these colors, they like this food, this God is honored by this, the whole story. So it's not appropriation, it's not stealing, it was an act of love for the human race, right? So I'm so proud to be part of her legacy, to help to continue her legacy, because I think that is rare to have such a dance technique, who is not just focused on the movement, on the aesthetic, on the bodies. You have to be the right body, the right type, the right height, have the right feet. I'm so proud to be part of this welcoming technique, welcoming to everybody and every body and everybody. That's the word, no exclusion, it's all inclusion. It's the best experience dance-wise of my life. I thought I was like die-hard, ballerina, and ballet was until I discovered, okay, Dunham technique, not just discovered, but it made me see the difference, what was wrong with the other one, right? And he's trying to fix it, he's getting there, but it's slow. But, and I think Dunham technique should be taught at every level, everywhere in the world, and in every school, dance school, studios, companies, universities, high school, middle school, elementary school, kindergarten, because it's not just the movement, it's also the theories and philosophies that we live by in the Dunham family. So thank you for participating. Thank you for the support. And I'll see you around. Thank you very much.
Get it.
Got it.
Yeah, and then go to view.
What time is it? Shoot. Sis.
You have the clock right there.
Siwa egule kombo siwa. Siwa egule kombo siwa. Siwa egule kombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. 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 Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye Siwa egule kombo siwa. Siwa egule kombo siwa. Siwa egule kombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Mama koye mate siwa egule kombo siwa. Oju mama siwa me siwa egule kombo. Oju mama siwa me
We are on.
Okay.
The mics are on.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me. Okay, so I'll just, this is how we're gonna go. We're gonna talk in between. So first we're gonna do with the blessings of the corner and cleansing the space with some drumming and me chanting. And then after I'm going to do a little bit of floor work and Dunham work with two of my dancers. And then there's going to be a steel pan playing right after that. And then after that, we're going to do a small an excerpt from one of our dance pieces that is Trinidadian based because Catherine Dunham did study in Trinidad. For those who don't know me, my name is Patrick Parson. I'm a certified Dunham. I am certified Dunham, and I was born in the Twin Island of Trinidad and Tobago, one of the places that Miss Dunham did travel. I bring to you my experience in my cultural dance and to understand the Dunham technique. So without further ado, we're going to start with lessons of the corner and then a Dunham class. Thank you. That's the cleansing of the space. And now I will invite the dancers on, so we will do a little warm-up class using semblance of the Dunham technique. Yes, sir, yes. Okay, yes. So we're gonna do breathing with inhale through your mouth, nostrils, breathe out through your mouth, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna break it down 6, 7, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Use the breathe out 6, 7, 8. 4 counts, 2, 3, 4, 4 counts, 2, 3, 4, 2 counts. I'll call it 2 counts, and then stay and roll out and finish. Let me do Dunham presentation. I'll demonstrate first. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, and up. And demonstrate you have 1 and 2 pressing on 3 and 4 and 5, stomachs in, and 7 and 8. Shift the weight for 1 and 2, relevate 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. You can do that 3 times and then you turn out, then finish on 1. 6 and 7 and 8 and up. Warm up the body. You have 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, 7 and 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 plus 5 and 6, 7 and 8. Shift and 2. Knees are bent. 5 and 6. Rib cage put. Pulse and pulse. Pulse and pulse. Pulse and pulse. Pulse and pulse. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 3 times. 2, 3 and 4. 3, 2. Other side. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 2, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, and same thing with the pelvis, right? And then finish. Okay. 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. E1. Good. Body roll. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and shift, and 2, 3, all the way over, and shift, 2, 3, and 4, and 1, 2, rolling up 3, 3 times, 3 times, yes, 3 times the holds and 3 sets. Yes, 5, 3 times, undulation, one side, the other side, right? Repeat 3 sets. 5 and 6, 7 and 8, and 1. Good, nice. Are you doing Martha? Good, all right. Contract 1, 2, release 3, 4, contract 5, 6, and 7, and 8, contract 1, drop 2, flat back 3, 4, and drop 6, 7, 8, contract 1, 10, 2, release 3, 4, and lift, 6, and 7, 8, and 1, 2, flat back 3, 4, and 6, 7, and then twice with straight legs, twice with 3, no other words. Twice and twice. 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, contract. Up and over and facing this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, plie. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't go too high. 2, 3, 4, lay out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, yes. 3 times. 3 times.
Once to always start from here.
Yes. 2. When it comes down 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Yes. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, plie. 2, 10, 10. Okay. 3 times. 5 and 6, 3 times. 7 and 8. And out. 1. And then we're gonna have a solo, just do that. So I'll sit on my head by yourself. You're gonna what? You can stay around. Okay. 5 and 6, 1 times 7 and 8. And 1. Okay, okay. That's what you have to get to, okay? Yes. Okay, right. Second position. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and bounce and 2 and 3, 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and shift and 1, 2 and 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, press and up and press and up and press and up, up, down, slide, and other side. Got it?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. 2 sets. Yeah. You better understand? Remember what I said again? Yeah? Let's do that one thing. You have contract release and 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 and 8, bounce and 2, 3 and 4, turn out 5, 6 and 7 and 8, 2 and 3, 4 and 5, 6 and 7, 8, press and up and press and up and press and up, up, slide, turn, do, beat, and then do the other side. Right, left, right, left, right, left. 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. Eat. Okay. Nice and easy. Turn to point and turn to point and close and close and close and close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Battement and plie and releve and demi point and close and close and close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, flex 3. Brush the leg, plie and releve down on the second. There you go. Mama, have fun. Yeah. That's right. 5, 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 10. Yeah. Almost. Parallel strings for 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and brush 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 brush 8. Right? Straight legs, play 2 sets, 2 sets. 2 sets, straight legs, 2 sets. One. You want something to hold on to? I think you have chair, huh?
The balance is you know age.
You want a chair? You want a chair? Sure.
16.
Yes. Right. 5 under, 6 under, 7 under, 8 brushing. Good. I am back. Right? Rocking horse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And come on, come right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, and 1. All left. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all. That's one. 5. Come solo. Let's go. 5. Yes. It's okay. You don't have to be perfect. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's going from corner to corner. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, 2, 2, 2. 2. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, and put your hips, 6, 7, 8. Gradually take the hands up. Okay? The two women, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one is hanging up. That's a bit short. Really short. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pelvis 2, 3, 4. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. That's a market 5, 6, 7, 8. 1. Yes, yes. 3. 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, and 5. Okay. Yes. 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. Five, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Then strong. Don't travel so much. And 5, 6, 7, 8. Joanna, Alistair, Kayla, come on. This is the yeah, you can stay right there. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, contract. 3, 4, lay off. 5, 6, 5, 6. Just go. 7, 8. Right? Then shift to the other side. Huh? No. Triangle. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, 8, and 1, 2, and one more time, and then that's it. One more time. 5 and 6, then put in 7, 8, and out. Yes. Thank you, dancers. Thank you. Say hi to the Dunham family. And the musicians. Okay, so now what we're going to do, that's just a little, little bits and pieces of what we do. And with the Dunham technique and my Caribbean and modern background. So now we're going to have Panis going to serenade Miss Dunham for about 5-10 minutes. And then after that, we're going to do a little excerpt from a Caribbean dance. Yeah. Just very short. Short, Alan. Yeah, ready? Change. Yeah, let's go. I want to just thank the Dunham family for inviting us to be part of this celebration and memorial and remembrance. And I'm going to take the laptop and put it close to the altar so you can see the preparation from the altar. And the food. Bring it closer, give it a close up. Even a little even closer. So you can see that Dunham and zoom in, bring it closer to this. And it's Dunham, yes, and then turn back out and bring it to the food. And thank you very much. Right, yeah, thank you. Not hearing anybody there. Okay.
You don't want to hear Detroit? No, not what we just.
If you're thinking about buying solar panels, don't. The U.S. government will literally buy them for you if you take 6
of the Pentagon Institute under the auspices of the Detroit Legacy Project. I was blessed to first meet Ms. Dunham when I was 14 years old, And then later, beyond my wildest imagination, I was fortunate enough to train under her watchful and demanding eye for 21 years. Dunham technique confirmed, enhanced, and changed my life. I have deep gratitude to my most influential Dunham teachers, Clifford Fierce, Madam Lavinia Williams, and of course, Miss Dunham. Dunham technique reaches down deep into your soul and reveals the very best we each have to offer, mind, body, and spirit. We are charged with using the Dunham technique for preserving the essence of our humanity. Happy 113th birthday, Miss Dunham.
Crystal White, formerly Crystal K. I am a former dance and company member with the Clifford Fears Dance Theater. I was introduced to the Dunham technique through the Clifford Fears Dance Theater in 1979. And it has been a building block for every part of my life. I've been able to transfer the Dunham technique into everything that I do. And here I am today sharing the ties that bind under the direction of Miss Penny Galbaldo, and I'm very honored and privileged to be celebrating 113 years would have been of Miss Dunham's birthday. Happy birthday, Catherine Dunham, and thank you for your gift.
Hi, my name is Celia Benvenuti, and I really enjoy being a part of the Ties That Bind because it really brings out a part of our story, a part of our history we get to revisit and basically relive those feelings, relive being torn apart from family, and then rejoicing when getting to the North. I think those are very important parts in our story that it's important to embrace.
Hi, my name is Donnell Mack, and I've been a Dunham dancer since 19 years old. I've had the pleasure of working with the great Clifford Fears, Tommy Gomez, Linwood Morris, Joan Peters, and many others. May O'Donnell, to name a few. I have garnered the technique to the best of my ability. Had the pleasure of performing for Miss Dunham on her 90th birthday, and I am a Dunham dancer through and through. Welcome to our world. Thank you.
And I think dance has changed my life. It gives me more energy, and Dunham has really increased strength for me. Also, I think it gives you long life also, and more freedom to do more things.
Hi, my name is Stephen Miller, and yes, I am a Dunham dancer. I truly am grateful for this legacy that she has left for us to become great dancers with the technique, and I truly appreciate all her love for all her dancers, and that all of us continue on in our journey in dance in Dunham, in the Dunham technique. And I want to thank all of those who have contributed, especially in this event that we're doing for tonight, Juneteenth, for the ties that bind. And we thank Keith especially for this choreography, and Penny Garboldo for calling us to do such a great job for her, and to represent Catherine Dunham for this month, for her 113th birthday. And we truly is grateful, and all of us. Amen. God bless you.
My name is Carla Lane. I've been dancing for many years, and I was excited to be in this piece. I love this piece. When I got introduced to Dunham, it was a way of life to me. It was movement, it was freedom. It was a way that I never explored my body. So I love this piece. Especially me being an overseer, it gave me a different way of seeing the dance and moving and the movements. So Dunham is life for me. Detroit is life, and so is Dunham. You can't have one without the other.
So when I think about how Dunham has shaped my life, you know, I went to school in St. Louis, so I was introduced to Ms. Dunham's work when I was a sophomore, and it's actually been one of the underpinnings of my entire career. In many ways that I didn't even realize it until much later. Doing this piece has been so exciting to see the Dunham technique in such a powerful way. I love the way Keith really crafted the movement using that technique to tell such a powerful story. And it's such a pleasure to be part of it. And it's really exciting to get to work with the members of Penny's company, who I've observed and admired for so many years. So it's just been a great joy and a blessing to do this.
Clapped in church on Sunday morning. Grandma's hand played a tambourine so well. Grandma's hand used to issue out a warning. She'd say, Billy, don't you run so fast. Might fall on a piece of glass. Might be snakes there in that grass. Grandma's hand. Grandma's hand soothed the local unwed buzzer. Grandma's hand used to ache sometimes and swell. Grandma's hand used to lift her face and tell her, she'd say, baby, Grandma, understand that you really love that man. Put yourself in Jesus' hand, Grandma's hand.
Good evening. My name is Minister Penny Godboldo, and I am from Hartford Memorial Baptist Church. Who you've seen this evening, however, is my professional dance company, the Penny Godboldo Institute Dancers with the JANEIRO drummers. Give them a hand. Is a blessing of the space. This happens in all religions who relate to a creator. And what we've done is ask for God to come down and be in our presence. And we know that when the Holy Spirit comes, We have been truly blessed. So what you saw the dancers doing there on the end, I think you got it. You knew what you were looking at. And one thing that I always like to point out is that people of African descent always look the same way when the Holy Spirit touches them. This is an African presentation up here, but we see this in the African American church all the time, don't we? So we sometimes don't understand the full extent by which we have been influenced by our roots. And we know that it happens culturally, but sometimes we forget that that happens spiritually. So, you know, when you see the sisters and brothers in the church getting the Holy Ghost like that, I want you to know that it's been a part of our history for thousands of years. So don't be telling them it don't take all that. Yes, it does. How the Spirit moves us in our own ways. And if we're a person that is not very demonstrative, that's acceptable too. But please don't deter people from showing that physically the Spirit embodies them and takes them over. Because that's the way it happens. My research as a professor of dance for 35 years was dance in religion, but in particular dance in traditional religions around the world. Not just African, not just the Caribbean, not just African American, but also, you know, I visited other countries, the Far East. I went to Europe and various places around the world. And invariably, when I visited a church, those of us who were of brown or black skin, when we got the Holy Ghost, that's what it looked like. So I want you to not only understand, but fully appreciate the physicality of our religion. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, wonderful. I appreciate that. Now, so the dance you just saw is how the Holy Spirit manifests in the country of Haiti. But you can see this throughout the Caribbean. And actually, you can see this throughout the Caribbean. And actually, 2018. The dance also is a dance of humility. We call it a dance of supplication. In other words, we are asking God to supply our needs, but we're humble, so we bow down. And so what's important is that we understand that knowledge must be tempered by humility to the Creator. So we will move on with the program now. We have Chi Amin-Ra, who's going to come up here, and it's your opportunity to have a little bit of participation. So just reach down into your blood memory and let a little bit of it go. Here's Chi. Well, the dancers will be back.
All right. What are you listening to? Okay. So my brothers and I, we've been able to travel. We've been able to study the African diaspora. So by the diaspora, which I'm sure you know what I mean, that's Africa, but also all of the lands that Africans were displaced through various circumstances. And where did we wind up? In Jamaica, in Haiti, in Cuba, South America. So all these various drums and drum traditions, they do have a root, but they manifest differently depending on